There's that red light. What's up, baby?
Hey.
I already saw David's little smart ass remark right here. Dr. David
Wait a minute.
said, Damien coming in with a green juice steak sandwich. I see you, Dr. David. Thought I was in a safe space, and now y'all clowning. Dude's got hot at me, man. That's the way vegans are, man. Plant based. No, you can't give up. You got to stick with it. You got to figure this out. Man, I want my body to stop hurting.
Like I said, and this is very simplistic, right? I understand that, but just, it'd be weird if I was like, I'm going to eat nothing but meat. That would be strange. There needs to be balance in our lives, people.
Yeah, I'll figure it out.
Now, I think I asked you this. You don't do seafood, right?
Yeah.
No. Maybe that's the balance right there. Seafood, some crab. You know what I'm saying? Maybe that's it.
What's that do?
I don't know. Just tastes good.
Patrick, where are you? I feel like, Patrick, are you on a plane? Can't wait to see if the sleep. Oh, I thought about that. I knew y'all were doing that bit last week. I thought about it. Oh, that's no good. We gotta fix that. At least we're always here at 12. We're always here at 12.
Whoa. They don't make a
Oh yeah, Kenny's ready. Kenny's ready. Kenny playing today.
Come on, man.
Kenny in the lineup today.
Let's go.
Okay.
I had something else that I thought about wearing today, but I was like, no. We ain't wearing that today.
Mm-hmm.
We'll try that on like Monday or Tuesday.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Actually, this is going to be. I'm gonna have some dilemmas. Like if the Giants when they're in the playoffs, if they play the Dodgers in the first round, I'm gonna have some dilemmas possibly on Fridays because 49er Fridays is coming back. All right, with the gear, 49 Fridays is coming back. But the Giants got a game on Friday, playoffs. I don't know. There might be a wardrobe change. Gotta rep them both.
Miss P is speculating.
Okay.
Just speculating.
Like I said before, I'm not above having now I am. Like I'm not interested in a Laker jersey, but I've had 3 Laker jerseys in my lifetime. Nick Van Exel, and 2 Kobe Bryants.
Isn't Nick Van Exel coaching somewhere? Didn't I just see him added to a coaching staff?
I feel like he is, man.
I don't think it was.
I heard about Nick Van Exel.
I don't feel like it was Dallas, but assistant. Oh, Atlanta.
Oh, good for Nick the Quick.
Atlanta.
Hey, Patrick, is that a Miami Hurricanes thing? Are you a Miami fan? What I can't really see what that is. If you are, it could be an ugly Saturday afternoon. No Poker Pro. There is no LeBron. I'm actually very mad at LeBron that he went to the Lakers. And LeBron is my guy. But I was not happy with that. Sherilyn Beemore, what's up?
Yeah, Baltimore in the house. What it do,
Beemore.
Baby?
Kyron, appreciate you watching. Yesterday, somebody was like, I played a little clip from Pros versus Joes, and they're like, well, what happens? And I was like, you got to watch. And I was like, wait a minute. I'm not getting paid for anything. Oh, we lost. That's what happened. You can watch or not. Now, if I was getting a couple of dollars, I'd keep the suspense. But no.
Shout out to the homie Kim Rudolph, who's watching, I think, on Twitch.
Kim, what's up? Okay. Okay.
We in here, baby.
DJ Damian Barling
We in
is not
here.
spinning the ones and twos right now.
What you mean?
Okay.
If you watching on Twitch, you already know what's up. If you watching on YouTube, you know what's happening. It's twitch.tv/ESPN1320, youtube.com/ESPN1320. We in here on this Friday. We appreciate you so much for being with us. I'm Damian Barling. He's Kenny Caraway.
Yes, sir. Okay.
You know how it is, man. My man's decked out in the burnt orange, ready for the game tonight.
I'm ready now.
Ready for the game tomorrow. Ready for the game Sunday. Ready for the series.
I'm ready now.
Let's go.
My man.
Let's go.
You got baseball pants on right now. We need to know. You got stirrups and cleats and everything. You look like you about to take the field.
I should have some on. I don't, but I should.
Got Pros versus Joes, the Giants edition jumping off right now, man. Kenny look good.
Come on, man. This is the biggest Giants Dodgers series since 2004 when that damn Steve Finley. That damn Steve Finley knocked us out. And then, I mean, it's been going crazy right now. It's been going crazy. It's time. I'm ready to go, babe. Once again.
I'm ready now.
Okay.
We'll talk about the Giants and the Dodgers this weekend. We got 28 games left in the Giants season. This is the final weekend without NFL football. We had the college season, like the major college season kickoff last night with Ohio State and Minnesota. We've got a slate of college football games coming up this weekend. And we're 25 days away from the Kings opening up training.
Ew, 25 days away.
It's Labor Day, dude. Like, we got a 3-day weekend. Like, yo, I hate, like, I don't want to be that guy, but I'm going to be that guy for a second. Bro, it's September. Man, like,
man.
First of all, I need someone to confirm we're not still in 2020. And I remember I was just, we got to get out of 2020. We got to get out of 2020. Everything will be better. It's like December 197th in 2020, man. But it's September football. It's Labor Day. We got 3 days off coming up. Hopefully everybody's got 3 days off coming up. We've got basketball around the corner. We just mentioned training camp 25 days away. There are expectations for all of those teams, by the way. We've got the 49ers kicking off 1 week from Sunday. The Detroit Lions. We mentioned training camp for the Kings 25 days away. We mentioned 28, and you said this yesterday, and I got 28 games left. Hang on. It's 28 games left. Giants won yesterday. If you were with us yesterday, very, very, very late in the show, you saw my partner pick a big sigh of relief, like live here on the radio.
That was crazy.
And you said, okay, here we go. I'm ready. We're playing for the division this weekend.
We are. It's big time.
You're not.
No, we are.
Wait a minute. It's important. Unlike the series from 2 months ago, this is important. I get it. Not diminishing that. This is a 3-game series. There's 28 games left. Like when I'm no math major. There's going to be 25 more games after this series is over. Not denying the importance of this weekend, but barring a sweep on either side, there's a lot of baseball left to be played.
Well, I mean,
when we're talking about half a game, when we're talking about small margins like that, there's still a lot of baseball left.
Hell, Damian, to your point, if somebody gets swept this weekend, there's still a lot of baseball left to be played.
There is. It's a little bit harder to make up with the two teams who have. I think they still have the best records in baseball. I know there's a couple of teams gaining on them right now.
I think Tampa Bay might be a half game behind.
Okay, yeah, they're.
And here come the Brewers.
I was going to say the Brewers aren't far away either.
Yeah.
So when we're talking about teams of that caliber, 3 games, because it's dead even right now. 3 games, that's a lot. Even though I was about the Giants didn't, or excuse me, the Dodgers didn't make up 4 games in a week. They made it up in like 3. So it's frustrating. Like even with the Giants losing, what was it, 4 straight? They lost 5 out of 6, I think. It wasn't until they lost that 5th game. It wasn't until 5 out of 6 that 4-game lead, I think it was completely gone.
Right.
So it takes a lot. It would take a lot. That's why a sweep that's massive. That's huge. but I don't think that's going either way. I think it's going to go 2-1 in one direction. And again, there's going to be a lot of baseball left.
There's going to be a lot of baseball left, but this one feels different. This one feels like, it's there on your psyche. I'll give you a quick example. 1997, which was the last time these two teams were this close in the standings, this late in the calendar. And we all know up here in Northern California, Giants fans everywhere know what happened in 1997. I think they came in. I'm gonna check this for sure. They either came in 2 games back or they came into that 2-game series tied. I think they came in two games back, to be honest with you. And the Giants came in 2 games behind the Dodgers. They win one on a Tuesday night, and I think, or maybe a Monday night. Then they win the next one with Brian Johnson's iconic home run in extra innings to beat the Dodgers. That was like on September, if I had to guess, it was like on September 15th or something like that. They only tied the Dodgers, right? They only tied them with about 2.5 weeks to go. But everyone knew, everyone felt that was it right there. That was it. Like, ain't no stopping us now. Ain't no stopping us now. Right, we on the move. All right. It ain't happening. So a situation like this weekend, if somebody gets swept, or, if it's a really dramatic 2 out of 3, if it's 2 out of 3, what are they coming out of that? Whoever does it coming out 1 game up, they're going to feel like, we got this one. We're good. Let's move now. Ain't no stopping us now. That's the feeling that's going to come out of this. But to your point, partner, I understand.
You're not coming in Monday. If the Giants take the series 2-1, you're not coming in Monday going, woo! NL West champions, baby. You're not doing that.
No. I'm not. I'm going to come in with the Jordan, like,
okay. Yes. Well, you had one of those yesterday. Yeah. You and that was in the 8th inning. And I'm like, all right, it's been a rough couple of weeks. Let's relax here.
I'm stressed.
One of those Harrison Barnes shots that Deuce and Mo were talking about yesterday, and this whole thing goes bad. Like, let's get through the 9th, and then we'd be good.
I'm stressed. Right. Poker Pro Eric, it was September 18th, and like I said, I gotta look that up. But I think the Giants taking those 2 games only tied them for first place. There's like 2 weeks left, but everybody knew at that point, we going. So it's a big series, man. It's a big series. It's gonna be a fun series. It's gonna be a fun series. I'm nervous, like I always am in these big moments, and I'm more nervous because it's the Dodgers. Like if they were going up against the Pod, they're going up against anybody else. Really, it would just be like, this is big. I want to win it, but wanting to win it combined with the embarrassment if you lose to the rival. It's not good. It's not.
I know Ramsey put it up here. Series this season's tied at 8. If I'm not mistaken, is it 68 or 65 65?
68,
like
68. I heard that too. Yeah.
It's
as close as it can get.
Yeah, it can't get any more even than it is. So there are obviously expectations on the San Francisco Giants. There are expectations on the San Francisco 49ers as well.
Oh, hell yeah.
We healthy. Bosa's back. Kittle's back. Jimmy Garoppolo is healthy. Kyle Shanahan's not telling us who the starting quarterback is. He said we could figure out it for ourselves, just like we could figure out who the punt returner is. He's not going to tell us who that person is. They've got Trey Lance now, and either way, whether it's a 2-quarterback system or it's just having 2 quarterbacks, you've got them. And there are expectations on this team to get back to where they were the year prior to last when they took on Kansas City in the Super Bowl. There are expectations there for the football team in San Francisco.
Kyle Madsen and I, while you were gone, and this isn't what I wanted you to bookmark earlier, but it came to my head either. We did an exercise of who in the NFL has a real shot before we start the season of winning the Super Bowl. Like everybody you could look at, I can make an argument for probably 15 teams if certain things bounce the right way. But like, this team for real, before any injuries, before anything that's going on, has a real shot at winning the Super Bowl. And I think we had 6, 7 And the 49ers were on that list.
Mm-hmm.
And it's not to say that they have the best team in the league. It's not to say that they're the favorites or anything else like that. But make no bones about it. The 49ers have the talent on the roster to win a Super Bowl this year.
Agree.
Absolutely. And it's just going to come down to how healthy they can stay. And to be honest with you, quarterback play.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know if that means Jimmy by himself, Jimmy and Trey taking over, whatever the case may be. But if they get good quarterback play, everything else is in place. Everything else is in place for them to legitimately have a shot at winning their 6th Super Bowl trophy. It's crazy. That's crazy. Like, it's crazy. Like I just mentioned, not a lot of teams can sit up here and say, yo, we have a Super Bowl caliber team.
Mm-hmm.
And when you sit there and you have that realization, it's like, oh, you kind of get goosebumps as a fan. It's like, oh, so it could happen. It could happen this year.
Well, your boy, there was a trade today. Witherspoon was traded today.
Yeah, Kello Witherspoon, Burbank stand up. Or I think he went to Christian Brothers. But yeah, going to the Steelers, from the Seahawks to the Steelers.
Yeah, he just can't find a landing spot, which I think speaks to some of the issues that the San Francisco 49ers had. Some of the issues that the San Francisco 49ers had last year.
And look, he went to Seattle as a free agent, and they traded him before.
They're like, nah.
Yeah. The 49ers, they, as Jacob points out, Jacob starting the day better today.
That's just what I was going to ask you.
The secondary for the 49ers is probably the most suspect of the groups. Yeah. And they were like, no, we're not going to bring Kello back. You know what I mean?
That's and so the question I was going to ask, and I want you to hold off on the answer, was, did they get any better? Do you feel like, and I know you've talked about the rookies, and I've questioned about, Clinton Dix going over to the safety position. You told me about the different guys that they love and all that. But, when you look at a guy like Akilo Cohen, yeah, he leaves as a free agent. The 49ers were like, nah. And now Seattle's like, nah. And you look at it and you go, well, wait a minute. What did the 49ers do to get better? I'm going to need you to explain it to me.
Okay. All right, we'll talk about it.
We're talking about the expectations for the 49ers. We talked about the expectations for the Giants. Well, we mentioned 25 days away from the start of training camp for the Sacramento Kings.
Yes.
There are expectations there as well, and we'll dive into those. We got a busy show. Quentin Mayo of BetMGM is going to be with us at 2:00. Matt George, host of the Locked On Kings podcast, will be with us coming up at 3:20. Get comfortable, put your feet up, relax. We're here for the next 4 hours on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320. What's Quentin? Do we send the link to Quentin, or is he?
Yeah, I sent the link last week. Yeah. Xavier, I did not hear this. De La Hoya, as Floyd likes to call him. Hey man, get well soon. I'm gonna be nice today. It's Friday. Giants Dodgers. Be nice today. Get well soon, Oscar.
Or don't.
I probably should not even be going down this road because you know how I am, Damien. I am not okay with this kind of stuff. Whew. Just thinking about it gives me the heebie-jeebies. Did you see the Minnesota running back last night?
I didn't. I know, Lord. But I didn't. I didn't. I managed to miss it.
I saw him when he ran and he went down and he didn't pop back up. And I was like, he might have turned his ankle or whatever. And it's just one of those things, like you see a car wreck or something like that. And you say, try to turn your head, but you can't help but look. And they went to the replay and I was like, I was at soccer practice and I was holding the phone. I was like, I don't want to see it. I thought he might have like snapped his ankle or something like that. And yeah, you see that Achilles do what it did. Oh gosh. Woo. Woo. That was terrible. He was balling too.
Takes flying. Hey, D Virgin got picked up.
Oh man.
What? What? The 49ers. The 49ers signed D Virgin. What? You leave this. Come on, man. Leave this brother alone.
Oh man. Oh brother.
Need to know.
Oh man.
What? Like, he had to have had an older brother that did this. Because the dude, like, he had to have had an older brother that's like, no, we're just going to call him D. What? Yeah, D. Oh, okay, cool. His name is D Virgin.
Please call me by my full name. If it's Deshaun, please just call me Deshaun.
My name is Javarius. You want to call me JD Virgin? No, D Virgin.
Oh man, oh man.
It's true, Roddy. It's true.
Rice, that was a low blow. That's uncalled for too, by the way.
Local TV station showed footage of the 76ers star leaving the and cut to a garbage can.
I saw that. I saw that.
Dude, that's
Wait a minute. Who talking about again?
Ben
who?
Simmons.
Oh, I saw it for somebody used that joke for something else. You got to chill with all that, man. Like, regardless of how you think, you can't be calling this man trash. Anybody in the league, you can't be calling him trash publicly.
That's terrible.
Publicly.
Is that real? Or this doesn't look like an edit. That's real. That's terrible.
I think, and this probably no better. I think I saw that for Bishop Sycamore. And that's what I was thinking about. But you said they did that for who again? Ben Simmons?
Yeah, it's Fox 29.
Oh, yeah, no, you can't be doing that.
So let's
Jesse getting me in my mood, man. He getting me in my zone. Playing that Dark Man X Giants Dodgers tonight. What?
You could probably find a DMX channel as one of the exclusive stations on the Odyssey app. You could discover hundreds of exclusive music stations available now for free on the Odyssey app, where many of you are listening to us right now. The Odyssey exclusive stations on the Odyssey app are brought to you in part by Macy's, Geico, and Coke Zero Sugar. A couple of things here real quick. One, the San Francisco 49ers have signed D Virgin to their practice squad. Cornerback. We were just talking about cornerbacks. Kenny is cackling like the sophomore in the back of the class. Sophomore class field trip, as good old JR would say. The man's name is Javarius. Whatever jerk big brother he had that was like, yo, fam, we're going to nickname you D. And your name is going to be D Virgin.
Hey, man, his mama named him Javarius. I'm going to call
that brother Javarius. Draquise Virgin. Brother, you could have gone with JD. JD Virgin. No, it's D. D-E-E Virgin. Y'all are cold.
Oh, man.
I saw when he got cut the other day on roster cut day. Y'all, it was a cold piece of business.
Y'all
saying he got cut because he couldn't score.
Come on, man.
Come on. It's terrible. It's terrible. Twitter's a cold place, man.
Twitter a crazy place, man. It really is. It's a crazy place.
And apparently the news has become a crazy place too. We got this push notification for Bleacher Report. I'm looking at it, and I'm gonna be honest. I think this is absolute trash. Fox 29 in Philadelphia said they had footage of a star player leaving their city. They're obviously coming out of a segment talking about Ben Simmons, and it shows, the raging waters, I assume, probably from Philadelphia, with a trash can going down the road. This is a news segment.
That's unacceptable. That's unacceptable.
Now it appears that this is the equivalent of like maybe Good Day Sacramento. So maybe there's like a more entertainment aspect to this, but that's as a matter of fact, The show's called Good Day Philadelphia. So I get there's a more entertaining aspect to it, but dude, that's weak, dude. Don't call it. He still plays for you. You calling this dude trash?
So
man,
it's one thing.
Weak.
It's one thing for somebody on Twitter to do it, or look, I don't condone it. I wouldn't do it for anybody here or any team, but in my personal Twitter account, that's what I point. I wouldn't do it, but I understand it. You can't be the news station doing something like that. We got to have some type of integrity out here.
Yeah, that's trash. That's disappointing, man. That's absolute trash. As we're laughing about D Virgin, we're talking about how I'm not laughing at his name. That brother's name is Javarius.
What if Javarius is a game changer?
Well, he's on the practice squad. We were just talking about the cornerback position. It's a perfect tie-in. Did the 49ers get better? Not with D Virgin, but I'm talking about period. Did the 49ers get better and I'll take it away from the cornerback position and just talk about the secondary overall. That last line of defense. Did they get better at all?
Yeah, they got better. I'm trying to think of who they lost. I mean, Akello. I can't believe I can't remember his name because he was going to be an all-timer. Brian Allen. Yeah, that's what it was. They lost Brian Allen.
Poor brother. They didn't lose him. They left him somewhere.
They lost Brian Allen. Sherm, he's gone. And you replace them with I like Lenore, the rookie they got out of Oregon. Thomas, the rookie they got out of Michigan. They said he struggled a little bit, so that's not really a good thing. But I like Ufanga, the strong safety out of USC. I don't know if he's necessarily ready to overtake Tart for that starting spot, but I like everything that I see from him right now, and I got high hopes for him moving forward, to be honest with you. So did they get better? I mean, marginally. If they did it all marginally, it's not this drastic improvement. But this is the thing about the NFL and the salary cap era that we're in right now. You can only do so much at a time. Like they had some holes. Like they needed to revamp that offensive line. They needed to revamp the defensive line. They needed to figure out what they were going to do with the quarterback. They needed to take care of a Fred Warner, take care of a George Kittle, re-sign all these guys. And you can't do it all in one off season. You can't. Like you've got to kind of pace it out a little bit. If you got a guy like Parag Marate who's looking in the future, like, hey, we can do this right now. We're talking about sign of Fred Warner. We can do this now, but maybe we won't have as much money to spend in the secondary. You got to pace these things out. I fully expect next draft for the 49ers to go heavy in the defensive backfield. Like heavy in the defensive backfield. Draft probably 2 cornerbacks and maybe draft a strong safety. Also in free agency, go out there, maybe get a veteran cornerback. So I think I look at what happened, and I think that the 49ers said it's the secondary is going to be the one where we're just going to have to cross our fingers, say a couple Hail Marys, and hope all this works out.
It's worth pointing out, too, knock on wood, Nick Bosa being back.
Yes.
And we're of the belief that's going to help Eric Armstead. The first line of defense will help the second line, or the first line of defense will help the last line of defense.
That's a great point. I think that's a strategy. I think they look at it as we're not going to.
It's probably it's a strategy you don't want to ride super long. You know what I mean? Because that puts a lot of pressure on your front line, an immense amount of pressure on your front line.
It does, but they bolstered that front line. So if they went with the same front line that they had last year, it's going to be that's a lot. But maybe this was the thing. Instead of investing in the secondary, they said, let's invest in this defensive line, where they've got waves of guys on the defensive line, like waves. It's not, these 2-3 guys fall, we're falling off a cliff. They're like, all right, well, we're going to be able to pace these guys, keep them healthy, keep their snap count down, and bring in quality guys when they sub out. And I think that's what they're really riding on. I know John Lynch is a big believer in that, coming from Tampa Bay. And he was like, we were as good as we were in the secondary because we had, the Warren Sapps, the Derek Brooks, those guys up front to let us not cover for that long. Because there's a train of thought, Damian, that, you could have the best corners in the world. Like the way the game is played today, the way it's officiated, slanted completely to the offense, it's just not designed for you to cover for 7 seconds. I don't care who you are. Yep. You know what I'm saying? So like, it's just not going to happen. So a lot of people believe don't put so much of your resources as far as like your money and free agency into the secondary. Put that in the defensive line, because if you can shorten that time period where they have to cover, I don't want to say anybody, but a lot of people on that level can cover for 3 seconds if that's all the time the quarterback has. You know what I mean?
There's so many divergent jokes running through my head right now. It's out of control. It's absolutely out of control.
It's Friday, baby. It's Friday.
It's Friday indeed. I was chuckling at two things a moment ago. Your tweet is fun. Like the Jesse Spanos gift makes me laugh. Like
Time. There's never any time. I'm so excited. I'm so excited. I'm so scared.
I love that you knew the dialogue. I think most of us knew the dialogue. You captioned it with the Giants Dodgers tonight. But I also love that the drug that she was on was caffeine. Because, man, I'm a junkie. If that's the... I'm a...
You got any more of those lattes?
Hey, if you've ever tried to detox from caffeine, woo! God almighty. It is no good.
It is a bit of a struggle.
It is no good. I can't imagine being on one of those drugs and being one of those, because caffeine, man, it hurt, like headaches. Oh, it's all bad.
The caffeine nowadays, I feel like because what would happen is I put a lot of cream and sugar in my coffee.
We know.
So to me, like, I don't know if the scale said anything, but to me, I just felt like I would gain weight when I would just drink coffee every day for a while. So I would stop.
Yes, that's because you put a lot of cream and sugar in it.
Well, the scale might say something different. I might not have gained much of anything, but I felt a little heavier. So what I would do is I just stopped drinking because I'm not going to not put the cream and sugar in there. So I would just stop drinking coffee, and I'd be able to get off it pretty easy for, however long I would lose the weight, and then I'd come back. So maybe that's the addiction. I always come back.
The back of the stuff I drink in the morning, it says, try to cycle on, cycle off after, 10 to 12 weeks. I'm on like 10 to 12 years. I haven't quite followed instructions very well. The people from inside the Caraway house are chiming in saying, Casey, you have no idea what caffeine is. You drink sugar. The other thing that made me laugh, and Dr. David pointed this out in the chat, and I got to be honest, I had no idea. Did you know that Steve Kerr has a son named Nick?
No, I didn't know that. I did not.
Say that name out loud.
Oh, come on. No, I'm not.
I had no idea. That's his son, right? Nick? Yeah. I had I was like, oh, I saw Dr. David post that. Like,
I'm calling that man Nicholas.
He's at the he's at Cal.
I'm calling that.
He went to Cal. Yeah. Is he a coach now? Nicholas. What's he do? Yeah, we calling that dude Nicholas. 100%. I'm not calling that man Nick. Absolutely not. God bless you, brother. I'm not calling you Nick. As a matter of fact, there are some of you out there who could not call him Nick. We will call him Nicholas. Or bruh. It's just one of those, hey, bruh.
Yeah, homie, bruh. My guy.
Hey, dog.
Dog. Yeah, all that.
What does the PA announcer do? He was a basketball player at Cal. What do you
Nicholas.
do? Yeah, because you that's not something you shout over the PA system. Because you get
Nicholas is what you call it.
Get a whole lot of people looking back at you like,
what'd you say, bro?
Get some people walking to the PA booth like, hey, let me holler at you. Bruh, come here.
We're gonna be waiting at his car after the game.
It's all bad.
Oh,
It's
man.
all bad. That was a revelation. I was
Steve Kerr, big Dodgers fan. Big
Is that
Dodgers
right?
fan. Yeah, hell yeah. We got beef this weekend.
Okay, that's all
Steve
right.
Kerr better not show his face at Oracle Park.
Okay, I got it.
So let me ask
be.
you a question.
Be there.
Let me ask you a question here about Giants Dodgers. Dodgers fans have, really been passionate and like really involved in showing up at Oracle Park the last few years, right? They've been in that joint. And obviously, come on, guys. You guys know who I am. I don't want no fan violence. I don't want nobody getting beat up, things thrown on them, or, harassed at all in that type of fashion. We keep it civilized, please. But as a Giants fan, they can't be just taking over and just putting. So here's what got me. Not the fact that they're there. Somebody said they were putting banners up in some of the bleachers. Now that's just going too damn far. Snatch that banner down. That ain't happening.
Let's just stick with the be civilized part.
Yeah, you ain't got to
especially in
nobody.
this rivalry. Yeah,
I definitely don't want nobody fighting.
Let's remember, Dodgers fan. You going into somebody else's house. You could cheer, you could boo, you do whatever you do. You ain't coming like Crew's coming over to the house this weekend. Yeah. Y'all ain't coming over and hanging up pictures. y'all ain't putting a wedding photo over the fireplace. Like, no, y'all come over here. We have some fun, have some drinks. Fans act accordingly. Y'all going to somebody else's house.
Yeah,
you can eat the food, you can drink the beer, act accordingly.
And to be honest with you, I put that onus on the visiting whoever, 100%. Not just the Dodgers, like 100%. Anybody. Like, come on, man. Don't go. I'm just gonna leave it there. Don't do that. Like, have fun, wear your stuff. You know what I'm saying? Support your team, be loud, be rowdy, but don't go putting stuff on the opposing teams anywhere in their ballpark or arena. That's just gone too damn far.
I'm shook, man. I'm shook. I can't. I need a moment to refocus here. I'm just shook over that revelation of young Nicholas. So let's move on as best as we can, and I'll try not to find anything else that makes me laugh. So we've talked about the 49ers and have addressed some of their issues with football getting underway 1 week from Sunday for them, 6 days away from the start of the NFL season. We mentioned 28 games left, a massive series against the Dodgers for the Giants. Mm-hmm. That leaves us with the Sacramento Kings. We're 25 days away from the start of training camp. 49ers, there are expectations of the Super Bowl. I don't think there's a letdown if they don't make it. There's a letdown if they're terrible. I don't think there's a letdown if they don't make it, because getting to the Super Bowl, and here's a hot take, this is why we make the big bucks here on D-Lo and KC. Getting to the Super Bowl is difficult. Like it's difficult. Like,
you can't lose games and win in the NFL.
That is facts. That's absolutely facts. And I mean, there's no greater point than the Tampa Bay Buccaneers may very well be the best team in football again. I don't think they might go to. I don't think they're winning. They might not even go. But back to back, you know how difficult it is to get back to that point. One single change, whether it's Trey Lance or Jimmy Garoppolo, whether it's the return of Nick Bosa, one single addition, one single switch, one single movement. Joe Flacco to Lamar Jackson changed everything for the Baltimore Ravens that year and in the years to come. Yep. You can take a team to a different. There's a worse to first team in a division basically every year, so it's really, really difficult. I don't think there's disappointment if they don't get to the Super Bowl. I think there's only disappointment if they miss the playoffs. So there's disappointment if they're really bad.
Yes,
the Giants, it's really tough to tell. They have blown expectations away. I think they've had the best record in the league for so long that losing in a wild card game would be disappointing.
Absolutely.
Anything after that, you tell me if I'm off base here. Anything after that, baseball. It's all right. I'm not saying you're okay with them losing. I'm not saying anything like that. I'm talking about expectations. They've blown expectations away.
Yeah. But
they've been so good so long. Okay, getting to the wild card isn't enough. Certainly losing to the wild card isn't enough. But if you lose in the divisional round, okay, that's a little bit different.
Yeah, that's accurate.
Again, I'm not saying you're okay with it.
Right.
I'm saying the Kings now, the Kings have the lowest expectations of those three teams, but we still have expectations for them. And the expectations, at least on our end, and we believe on the end of the front office and the coaching staff, we certainly know the players, it's all been the same. It's postseason.
Yes.
It's time to get to the postseason. And what we see in 25 days, Ben Simmons, no Ben Simmons, Buddy Hield, no Buddy Hield, whatever deals that are out there to be made or not to be made are completely irrelevant. Whoever is putting on a Sacramento Kings jersey next year, the expectations are getting to the postseason.
100%. 100%. Anything less than that is a failure. There should be no reason why you don't make the postseason. I mean, to be one of my math is correct here, 4 worst teams in the West, 5.
Yeah. It would be the bottom 3 are the only 3 that missed the playoffs.
They got 13 teams in the Western Conference.
They got 10 that make the playoffs, and then the 3, Oklahoma City.
They got 13.
Houston,
It was
Orleans.
It was the Kings, the Pelicans, the Thunder,
the Rockets,
Timberwolves, 15.
Timberwolves. There it is. Yeah.
So to be a bottom 5 team in the
league,
West, I mean that's unacceptable.
Again,
it's unacceptable. Yeah, again,
bottom 5 team in the league. Again,
yeah, that's unacceptable. Unacceptable when you got the guys, and I know we ask the question routinely. Are we overvaluing these guys or whatever? When you have a guy like De'Aaron Fox, when you have a guy like Harrison Barnes, who's a proven vet, nobody's saying he's like a Hall of Famer or an All-Star. This is a guy for his entire career is 15 to 17 points a night. When you have a guy like Rashawn Holmes, who was coveted by people, they may not have been able to afford him or do whatever, but the guy that's coveted as a starting center in this league. Tyrese Halliburton, regardless of what the expectations are, whatever the case may be, a guy that was an all rookie team guy, 3rd in rookie of the year voting. Davion Mitchell, very good addition. Look at the teams that finished in the bottom 5 last year. We had a Houston team that quit and wanted to lose as many games as possible. Same for Oklahoma City. Minnesota, they didn't have anything pretty much all year. Just a terrible organization, dysfunctional, dealing with injuries as well. New Orleans, who just fired their head coach because it was a train wreck. I mean, there's nothing positive at this point about being a bottom 5 team in the West. And there's nothing with the Kings that says that they should be a bottom 5 team in the West, in my opinion. I don't care how tough the West is. You should be in that 10.
And Minnesota saying the same thing. And so is Bilo and JC in New Orleans. Bilo and JC in, I think Rich can confirm this. Bilo and JC in Minnesota. Bilo and JC in, not in Houston so much. Perhaps not even in Oklahoma City. Yeah. But in those other 2 cities, and then you could probably throw in San Antonio. San Antonio might be thinking, "Yeah, we're done. Let's start over."
I was just about to say, if I'm Bilo and JC in San Antonio, they can't be as optimistic about the Spurs as we are the Kings.
I do genuinely wonder what their expectations are. What is Pop and his coaching staff talking about? I mean, is it like, is there a hidden gem on this roster? Do they believe that they're good enough? Or are they just looking at it like, Pelicans are a disaster. Griffith's screwing that up. Minnesota, that'll put some butts in the seats. That ain't going to happen. And Sacramento, you got to be kidding me. They could be looking at those 3 teams going, we finished 33 and 39 last year and got into the play-in. We could do that again. I don't know if they got guys they want to develop. I don't know what their strategy is for the future, but they could very well just be looking at the rest of the conference going, whatever.
And D'Lo and KC in Sacramento would tell them, you guys are out of your mind. You lost your best player, number 1. Number 2, you're expecting a guy who I really like in Lonnie Walker. I think the guy can play. But him and DeJounte Murray to take this like super leap right? It's almost as if the Kings, if they were to lose De'Aaron Fox, and we're like, all right, Tyrese Halliburton and Davion Mitchell, lead us to the playoffs. Like, well, that's a little unrealistic, right? You just lost your best player. So, yeah, they should be looking to rebuild. But they probably saying the same thing here in Sacramento. But I look at what the Kings have on that roster, and they should not be a bottom 5 team in the West. They have enough talent to be in the postseason for sure.
I want to expand on that, and you used a good word right there, talent. ESPN did an article about players improving, four specific players improving one aspect of their game.
Mm-hmm.
I want to ask you if you could pick one, just one, one aspect of one player's game on the Sacramento Kings that you think could up your confidence level for the Kings making the postseason. I'm going to ask you what that is.
Okay.
And then also, did you see, while we're talking about the Western Conference here, did you see the Luka Doncic logo for Jordan?
No, I hadn't seen it.
I feel like they've missed the mark on a couple of these like personal logos. Luka tweeted out like, "What is that? What did he just join a gang? Like, what is this logo?" I didn't like it, and I'm not hating. I'm a Jordan guy, a Nike guy. I'm a sneaker guy. I didn't like it. I thought it was weird. I get what it is.
Right,
I think
now.
It's the sevens.
Yeah,
is that what it
L7s.
is? Yeah, it didn't move me.
It's okay. I'm okay with it.
Okay.
You're not feeling it?
I didn't like it. No, I'm not feeling it.
Yeah,
I don't know how many logos they've really hit on.
Speaking of Luka, I see it now. They're gonna do everything to make sure that man an MVP. They gonna do everything to make sure that man an MVP. This is his Jokic year.
Oh, okay. Bro, I found a football player who's having a Jokic year.
What?
Yeah, there's a football player absolutely having a Nikola Jokic year.
Ooh.
Tell you who that is. We got all that coming up. We're 43 minutes into the show, and we haven't talked about the biggest thing that's happened yet today. And we'll dive into that as well.
And before we get into that, a little later on, probably about an hour from now.
Oh.
I got you guys.
Okay.
I got you. We gonna get paid this weekend, baby. I got you guys.
$40,000 fine for that. Well, that's good. We're gonna need to win some. We're gonna need to make some money to make up for that. We're back with more of D'Lo and Casey on Twitch, YouTube, on the Odyssey app, and of course on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320. What's up, Richard? Welcome to the show, my friend.
Richard.
Appreciate you.
What's up, man?
13:20 a.m. in Sacramento. Yes, indeed. I don't know if you're still here, Richard, but we appreciate you.
Mm-hmm.
Can y'all hit the thumbs up, by the way? Y'all gonna make me beg on a Friday? Make a brother beg on a Friday. Come on,
Good
man.
Good job by our guy Kevin Pippin finding this clip of Macho Man, but when he was like the king.
Macho King?
It was Sensational Sherry.
I assume it's on Twitter.
Yeah.
That is a great clip. That is fantastic. I always felt bad for the guys holding that thing. That had to be heavy.
Oh,
and you couldn't like you had to hold it steady because the Macho Man was moving around up there. That's a good clip. Nice job, Kevin Pippin. The Macho King.
Did he win the first? He won the first King of the Ring. That's why he was that. No.
He
was
won.
Austin the first King of the Ring?
No, Bret Hart.
Oh gosh, of course. No wonder I don't remember.
Bret, Owen, and then I think Mabel.
Oh, Mabel.
And then it was Austin, 93, 94, 95, 96. Yeah, that was it.
What made him the king? Macho Man.
Macho King. Well, they used to, so they would have like tournaments to crown a king. Like Harley Race had it, right? They basically made Harley Race the king. And then Hacksaw Jim Duggan beat him, and then I think like Haku beat him. And it just, I don't know how it moved around, but somehow it wound up on Macho Man. And they used to do these ceremonies in the middle of the ring. It was so good. Macho Man really did, like, he embraced it in a way like Booker T did. When Booker did the pinky out and King Booker, like Macho King, like really embraced it. With Duggan and Haku, it was just guys walking around with like crowns on their head.
Yeah.
He's up there. He's absolutely up there.
Absolutely.
100%.
My bad.
100%, Jason.
Tony Edwards, I got you, big dog.
Let's go.
I got you. Even though I shouldn't give you anything because you're a Dodger fan, but here you go.
Oh, man. Celebrate our birthdays. Hey.
Man, another one for you, Tony Edwards. Appreciate you, big dog. Appreciate you.
That's good.
That's how it
Happy
is.
birthday,
Weekend,
Tony.
man. I ain't even telling Dodger fans happy birthday. That's how it is. That's how it always be. I never change. This is always me. Ooh.
Oh. Okay. King Harley Race, indeed. Yep. I used to know like all the lineage of that stuff. Oh no, you missed. Yes. Apologize to that man. Apologize to that man.
I apologize to that man. I give him another air horn just for that. Let's go, Tony Edwards. My mistake.
Is this right? I didn't know that. I missed that. I missed that. Interesting. I remember. Yeah, I think Mabel broke like Undertaker's face.
Oh my gosh!
Like he shattered his orbital bone.
This terrible little signature move too.
Mm-hmm. Everybody apologizing to Tony. Boy, it is tense between Dodger and Giants fans. My partner's on edge.
I'm on edge.
My partner's calling guys Dodger fans who ain't even Dodger fans. he's just immediately on edge, man. It's a crazy day here. It's a crazy Friday here on D-Lo and KC. Certified Lover Boy dropped.
Ooh.
Wait, did you get out? Did you listen?
We may or may not have had a listening party at like 11:30.
11 last night. Yeah. I was
told the Queen Bee, I said, "Oh, it's out." She's usually asleep. She was headed to sleep. She went to her little, let me play this real quick. Yeah.
I got a DM from Jazz that she was gonna take my money. She said
sometimes.
She said, "Go practice for this weekend because I'm gonna come take your money. Like, I'm gonna walk into your house and take your money." Like, damn, brother. Hey. All right. I think she's probably going to. But yeah, I did not listen at 11:30, but I did listen first thing this morning. First impressions.
I like
Trey,
it.
by the way.
Man, Drizzy. Come on, man.
I've never seen Trae Young and Kenny Caraway in the same place at the same time. I don't know if they share the same brain, but Trae Young, Trae caught a beating on social media today because he asked, you know, when are we gonna acknowledge Drake passed up Hove? It's just I could have paraphrased a little bit. I should pull up and get the exact line.
And he's wrong. He's definitely wrong. All right. As much as I say the future is here,
he said what he wrote exactly with a question mark. Yo, when are we gonna say Drake has passed Hove?
We're not going to say that anytime soon, Trey, to answer your question. And even though, you know, I'm the one that gets on here all the time, I was like, when it's all said and done, Drake might be the GOAT. But I mean, there's a couple things going on. Number one, as long as Jay is still like, you're still reaching out for a Jay-Z feature and he needs to be on it and he gets on the feature, embodies it. No, as long as he's still active, we're not changing that.
Somebody quote tweeted, "Shut up and dribble." Another quote tweet: the NBA should drug test in the offseason.
Hey, so there's that. And then
Donovan Mitchell replied, "Stop it."
But look, here's the thing. Trae Young is what, 23?
Mm-hmm.
Man, look,
yep.
I don't agree with it. They ain't listening to Reasonable Doubt. They ain't trying to hear. He wasn't
even alive for Reasonable Doubt, was he?
No. And part of music is you have a connection to that time, right? Like you guys, my parents or whatever can tell me all day long how great Marvin Gaye was and how great when this album came out, like it just stopped everything. And I'll listen to it. I'll be like, this is dope music. I'm not going to have the same connection to it that I do the Reasonable Doubt or something like that. So you could tell the guys like Trae Young and Jesse. I think Jesse is a little more old school though, but his demographic, you can tell them, yo, this is real hip hop. Like this is killer. And they'll be like, yo, this is dope. But it's not going to give them the same feeling that Take Care gave them or, Views or anything like that. Like these young boys, that's why I didn't get really upset when, like the Brandon Jennings and guys of that era were sitting there saying like, yo, Kobe the greatest. Kobe's the GOAT. Cause like, that's their guy. That's their guy. But yeah, Trae kind of jumped out of the window today with that tweet. But we're not saying that anytime soon, Trae, but we're on the trajectory.
But you're right. Hip hop is a generational thing. Like, and the crazy thing to me is there's our man's on it. Ricky Rose's on it with Lil Wayne. And
right now, Drake and Rose just don't miss, bro. They just not miss.
But to me, when I listen to Drake, and then I listen to like Jay and Jay's verse, those are my two favorite songs. The one with Jay. Oh, Travis Scott had a great track on here too. Travis Scott was the track he was featured on was high.
Lil Baby, like my son loves Lil Baby. Like people, not even Trae's age, like 14, 15 years old, like yo, Lil Baby next GOAT. Like, and I mean, it's generational.
It is. But when I hear Drake, Jay, and even Rick, it's hip hop. It sounds like different music to me.
It is.
Like like Jay-Z's style of hip hop is a lot different to me than Drake's style of hip hop. Like they don't rap about the same things. They don't rap in the same way. They don't rap over the same type of beats. Like oftentimes, like Drake really embraces like the 2020s R&B sound, like the SZA type sound, the Her type sound. Like he really embraces what that sounds like to a hip hop track.
Yeah.
Jay can do that too, but there's always going to be a tinge of the Blueprint and Reasonable Doubt. And Beyonce, there's always going to be a tinge of all of that stuff to what he does. To me, the two artists don't sound anything alike. They almost sound like different genres of music.
Yeah, like you're never going to hear Jay be like, you should have stayed with me because I was looking in the mirror. I looked in the mirror and I didn't see you.
No, what Jay-Z will say, yo, my bad. Sorry I cheated on you, but you dropped Lemonade, so I'm going to drop 444.
Exactly.
And have women across the country, Jay-Z's hitting on Beyonce. What? We canceling him. Oh, everybody was ready to cancel. From when Lemonade came out, Jay-Z might have been the most hated man by black women when Lemonade came out. And then when he confirmed it all on 444, oh my gosh.
His apology, though. He said, I'm sorry.
Yo, you saw the response when we were talking about Tristan Thompson the other day. Some of the crew has this playing on the, the TV or the loudspeaker, and the wives, they're doing their job. The girlfriends, they're like, yo, Tristan's a cheater. Is that the dude who cheated on? I'm not. No, I think he was with one of the Kardashians or whatever. I don't know which one, but.
And Steven, so y'all talk about me being old. Steven sounds old as hell. Stephen Brown. He says, Jay inspires you to go out and become a self-made millionaire. Drake inspires you to cry in the empty bathtub about your exes. Like it just depends. It really.
He's not terribly wrong.
He's not terribly wrong, but it depends on what it is. Like I wasn't crying about no X's on Lemon Pepper Freestyle.
Yeah. Jay's
I was listening to Grease. I was like, I need to get my bag up so I can do something like this. You know what I mean? Like it's different, man.
I listen to Rick Ross and go buy stuff I can't afford.
Ooh, I listen to Rick Ross. I'm like, I'm not doing enough, man. I'm not doing enough. I can't get on the cover right now. I'm not doing enough.
Every time Kenny and I text each other about a new segment or a new show, you listening to Rick Ross again, aren't you? Like, dude, can you put Rick Ross down before we're working 27 hours a day? Can you stop listening to stop listening to that?
But no, Certified Lover Boy, and
it's hot. It's a dope record.
I try to stay away from I hear it once and it's a classic. I try to stay away from that. Or you hear it once and
classics are about time. Like, yeah, classics are about time.
I try to stay away from that. So I'm not gonna call this one a classic or even come close to it. But I enjoyed it. To be honest with you, I finally got around to Donda. I thought Donda was fine. Like it was fine. I didn't have any problem with Donda. I was like, this is Kanye now. This is who he's been the last few years.
So
and it's cool.
And for me, I don't like Kanye now. So like and I told you, like I made the mistake of listening to it while I was trying to train, which I can't. I told you I've been trying to work out diet and figure out like why I'm not. No, it's because I'm listening to Kanye freaking West. Unless I'm listening to Kanye West, unless I'm listening to Kanye West Essentials, listening to Donda while you're working out, you'd rather drop a 45-pound plate on your head and keep going. Like it don't work. So I understand that's on that's me. I made a mistake there.
Yeah.
But I think you said it fine. Like Donda's fine. That's what Kanye is now. I don't like Kanye now. So it's not like, to me, it's
makes sense. Makes sense.
It ain't gonna work. I'm looking to see if there's another evolution or another change or whatever.
Where do you stand on like the length of an album? I like a good 13 to 15 tracks. Some people are like, no, give me everything you got. Give me 25.
Yeah, I don't like that.
For that.
I don't like that.
Give me your best 13 to 15.
Yeah, I'm good with 13 tracks, 13, 14 tracks, whatever it is. But what I feel like is happening a lot now, these kids these days, I feel like records are 2 minutes long.
Oh my gosh. Yes.
Like songs like you just getting into it. Like you're out. What? You ready to get hype. And it's like, yo, it's fading. Oh. I'm looking at my phone. I'm looking at my phone like, why is the volume going down? Oh, the song is over. It's 2 minutes and 35 seconds.
Hey,
all right.
You want to hear a hot take? Maybe an unpopular opinion.
Oh.
Marcus Andrade. He says, got to turn Yeezus on to a workout. Hot take. I didn't think Yeezus was that bad at all. There's actually probably more songs on Yeezus that I like than I don't. Yeezus was, dare I say, underrated?
That's a dare. Yeah, that's a dare.
Easy season.
Go Nickelodeon. That's
whatever y'all be saying. Whatever y'all be saying. The monsters about.
Was that Skinhead? Again. Was that Yeezus? Skinhead was on it.
He had
Was Power on that track?
Power was on Dark Twisted Fantasy.
Okay.
You just had the where he used the, oh my gosh, I don't want to say the wrong thing. Was it the Nina Simone sample with Blood on the Leaves? That was the song. Yeah. And then he had Bound 2 where Kim was in the video. That song was cool. I liked Yeezus, the song. I liked please don't skewer me. I liked I Am a God. I thought that was Yeezus had some underrated tracks on there, man. And people think that's like the worst.
I think Kanye's another one of those guys where separating the person from the artist is difficult for me too. Like, did you see who Kanye invited to Soldier Field?
Come on, man. Why are you doing that?
If you know, you know. Like, I don't want to turn it into something, but like,
Jay,
what would you have done if that dude was like, yeah, I'll be there?
Bruh, on the track, what does Jay say? We getting you, that's red cap. We getting you out of that. We bringing you home. And then for the Soldier Field, then you go invite. Come on, man.
Wait, just wait. Like in a week, you're gonna go listen to Donda, and Jay's verse is gonna be gone. Jay's gonna be like, "Fam, you need to get that off there. Get that off there." Yo, you're listening to D-Lo and KC on KIFM West Sacramento, KRXQ HD2 Sacramento, and Odyssey Station, and driven by Lashers, Elk Grove Dodge. I think, unconfirmed reports, I think there's someone on the phone who wanted to talk to you about
want to talk to me
about Giants Dodgers this weekend.
Talk to me.
We got it. Do we got a Dodger fan on the line?
What's up?
Yeah.
Oh
man. Oh man.
Hey, man.
This is family beef.
Jay Jones, I'm coming for you.
Trying to drop that Booker T line on you.
I ain't gonna finish it, but I'm coming for you.
Unbothered. I'm not bothered at all.
Hey, man, look here. You need to be bothered because right now you have that travesty of a World Series ring that is a joke, and you guys need to get you a real one. And this is going to help you if you can get the job done. But I'm going to tell you right now, you ain't getting the job done this weekend.
How about this? Stop worrying about our 2020 championship and worry about this collapse y'all going through. What the league finds?
Collapse? Collapse? We lost like 5 games.
Worry about the champ. Worry about yourself.
No, y'all ain't the champs, man. Y'all see, that's why I'm always talking about it. Y'all ain't the champs, man. Y'all wanted an extended series. That's what y'all want. It was an extended series. It was
you couldn't get in. A series y'all couldn't get in.
Come on, man. Hey.
How you gonna pay from outside the club when you can't even get in the club?
We own the club. We own Truth. What you talking about? We got 3 championships in the last 10 years. What you talking about?
Outside of this weekend, what y'all gonna draw like 8,000 fans tonight? I mean, what's really good though?
I don't know what's up with that, to be honest with you. I can't say I don't know what's up with that.
Coming to fan home and filling up that place for once this season.
Oh, you know, I will say this though: when you've been to the mountaintops as many times as we have, I mean, you just don't really get hyped in July. You just don't really get hyped in July like that, you know.
Y'all been running your mouth all summer, and now all of a sudden y'all got real quiet this week. And I've been saying all year, put it this way: the Dodgers ain't been healthy all year. They're actually underachieving right now. And look what it is. I'm not.
Well, they wouldn't be sitting there if they didn't panic and go out and pillage the Washington Nationals to go get Scherzer and Turner because they knew they didn't have enough. They knew they didn't have enough. They knew they didn't have enough. They didn't have enough for the Giants.
Y'all were party when you got Chris Bryant, and again, 5-game lead in August. Look at where we are now.
Hey,
5-game lead for what?
The Dodgers are a good team.
5-game lead for what?
The Dodgers are a good team. We're even. We're Dodgers are a good team. You know what I mean? That's what happens. Hey, like I said, until y'all go to the mountaintop in a real series, y'all can't sit at this table. Y'all got a kitty championship. You go sit at the kitty table.
Y'all not even allowed in the house.
Jason.
We might eat the quote unquote kitty table. We got a meal.
Jason
Y'all got a
Jones.
kitty plate, man.
Jason Jones of The Athletic. Jason, you wanna weigh in on Certified Lover Boy before you go? Did you get an opportunity to listen to that?
Yeah, I did. I like it. I mean, that Drake, Rick Ross, Wayne. I mean,
Yeah.
Wayne went back to about 10, 12 years ago. I'm like, I've had that on repeat all day already. I mean, this is Drake's best album, I think, since Nothing Was the Same.
Oh, that was fire too, by the way. Nothing the same. That was a monster. I need that.
So this is the best one thing.
I need that Rose Drake album.
Mm-hmm.
They just need to go ahead and make that because these guys are shooting 100% from the field right now.
That's Kobe and Shaq whenever they come together. I don't know why they don't do it more often. I mean, this is like, on this one, usually they kind of have that mellow flow. He sped it up, and Ross jumped on that and off the rip and killed it. So I'm loving it. I'm loving it. Like you said, Jay got to explain to the dude that was home. He gonna be like, hold up, how you gonna be on his stuff too?
That caught me by surprise. I didn't see that one coming. I said, "Wait, Jay, what? What?"
Jay does what he wants. And what the they gonna do about it? Nothing.
Doesn't that kind of end the debate over like who the dude is? Like when you can appear on the rival albums that drop within 6 days of each other or whatever it is, you appear on like you're the guy that appears on both of them. Like the conversation's over right there.
Yeah. You're the cash cow.
And you know, when sometimes rappers will play that game where if you on his stuff, I'll take you off. They ain't doing that, Jay.
Yeah, no.
Hell no.
They're not doing this with Jay. They're gonna go ahead and accept it.
Hey, real quick, Jay. I know you got to bounce, but is Trae Young? Is he bugging right now, or is he on to something? Did you see his tweet?
I saw. I mean, he's never gonna win that argument. New York already hates him. He's never gonna win that argument. But I can't get mad at someone who's like 20 years younger than me, holding Drake in a higher regard than Jay. I mean, I'm 42 years old. Jay came along at a different time in my life. I mean, what's Drake? 23, 24?
Mm-hmm.
Drake's been the dude most of his life. I mean, I can't be mad at him for that.
Right.
I just think the reactions were hilarious. I mean, I think the whole state of New York, I mean, this is like, like Death Row, East and West. When they came after poor Trae Young for that, I was like, log off.
He diving into that heel role, though.
Oh,
man.
yeah.
He's diving into it.
He is full Hollywood.
I love it. I'm here for it.
Trey's coming out that Christmas game with a black beard, like a painted black beard. Like coming out the voodoo child.
That old Undertaker thing at WrestleMania, pull the thing off and I have a shaved head or
Jason Jones, we appreciate you. Thanks for calling.
Worst of luck to you this weekend. Terrible luck for you this weekend, bro.
All right. By the way, Jason did not have any.
Get him out of here. Get him out of here, Jesse. Yeah, we're getting that Dodger. Get him out of here. See, we that's how we treating Dodger fans today. We hanging up on him.
Dude, we talking. He was on the phone for 7 minutes. What are you talking about? Okay. Oh, don't get all when he leave. I be talking again. What do you mean? He was on the phone for 7 minutes. You talking about hanging up on him?
Get him out of here. This is Giants only territory.
Talk to him for 7 minutes. Talk about get him out of here. Oh man, he gotta go. Like, brother called in to talk to us to you. Oh man.
Shout out to Jason Jones. Not this weekend.
I love the Trae Young heel turn. It's my favorite thing today. I love heel turns. They're great for business.
Yes.
And is it Hawks Knicks Christmas?
Yes, it is.
I can't remember.
Yeah. Yes, it is.
Let's go. I want whole front row at the Garden.
I want Drake front row at the Garden.
Right next to each other.
This is crazy.
Just sitting here like this.
But you know what? I see the numbers. I see everything that goes on. They can't win that battle. They can't win that battle. But this, to me, is why the NBA, I'll just say this, is my favorite league. Because the NFL can't do this.
No,
the NFL don't have Asante Samuel Jr. talking about Drake, and then we're like, oh, well, wait till they play. Drake is going to be, he's not going to be on the sideline. Oh, he's going to be in the box. He's going to be in the box, and we can turn the no. This is what the NBA has that the NFL doesn't.
Yeah, I hear you. I had mentioned this, and we're going to have to hold off on it again because I really want you to dive into this thought. I want us all to dive into this thought. There's an ESPN article out right now. I'm sure many of you have come across it about it's kind of a let's look at 4 different players across the league and find an aspect of their game to improve. And Kenny sent me the article, and it was like, oh, okay. Like, I mean, this cool ain't got nothing to do with us. Like, they're talking about Giannis finding a jumper. I think Russell Westbrook was in here. Like, if Russell could hit a floater, if he embraced, like the little floater shot, like what would that mean for him? And started, I was thinking, what if we could add an aspect, nothing outrageous. What if we can add an aspect of the game of basketball to a Sacramento King? Is there one like right now that you can think of and go, adding this to this Sacramento King? Man, Kings are on point with this move. Because I feel like there's a couple. When you have a bad team, when you have a team that misses the playoffs, there's a couple of things that you could add. But when we talk about We're looking for you got the same roster you got right now.
Yeah.
We're not changing rosters. We're not adding Siakam or Simmons, nothing like that. You got the roster we got today on September 3rd, but you get to add one aspect of the game of basketball to one of these current members of the Sacramento Kings.
I'm torn between two attributes that I want to add between two different players.
I'm curious what those two are because I'm torn between two also. And I'm looking in the chat and I see a bunch of different ones already.
Yeah.
Like there's just different things that you can look at and you could go, wow, what if De'Aaron did this? If Buddy did that? Oh, what if Rashawn was this? What if Harrison could do that?
Mm-hmm.
What if Tyrese added this? What if it turns out Davion can? Like there's a lot of different things, and I'm curious what your two are.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like there's
a lot, but I think there's two that could just change everything.
It's like at
Can
first
I get two, or do I have to go one?
No. Well, we're going to have a discussion. Okay. You've got to pick the one that you think is going to change everything. I want to hear both of them.
Okay.
But you got to pick the one because I have two also. And I'm trying to decide which one changes everything. Like I'm trying to figure out which one it is that changes absolutely everything. And I've already seen some chats in here. So I've already seen some comments in the chat house that aren't either of the ones that I'm thinking of.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm curious what your two are. So think about that for a second. You can hit us on the phone lines as well. You don't have to be on YouTube or Twitch. 916-349-1320.
Only if you're a Giants fan, though. I'm hanging up on all Dodger fans today.
That's cap. He's not doing that. Okay, that's actually true. He will hang up on you 7 minutes into the phone call when everybody says bye. Bye, Kenny. Bye, Jason. Hang up on him, Jesse. Get him off the phone. We ain't here for that. Hashtag Giants country.
Get that boy out of here, man. Get him out of here, man.
What one trait would you add to a Sacramento King that you think the current Kings roster, you add one particular trait, one particular skill, and you go, that's it. That's a game changer for that player. That's a game changer for our franchise. We'll dive into that. We'll have some fun talking Kings when D'Lo and Casey return here. We got Quentin Mayo coming up at the top of the 2 o'clock hour. We got Matt George on the way at 3:20. We got a lot ahead here on Twitch, on YouTube, and on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320. Jesse, you good? Okay.
What was I looking for?
Was it gonna be? Man, that Rose Lil Wayne was. That was heat. Heat.
Do you have any thoughts on Fat Joe versus Ja Rule? Did we talk about this yesterday?
Yeah, we mentioned it when it popped up in the chat. I don't think that's feasible. Well, it could be. I mean, some guys grow. Neither one of those artists really moved me. And again, it's not a question of whether they have hits or not. It's just neither one of them really moved me. It's probably one I won't tune into. I wasn't really a big Fat. As many times as I had to play What's Love, I wasn't a big Fat Joe fan. We love you no matter where you listen. It's funny how many people say that, though. It's like I was listening on the radio and it was weird. It wasn't the same.
I listened on the radio when I was out. I was like in the car riding around.
Mm-hmm.
It was fine. I mean, I understand why people say it's not the same.
Yeah.
Like I get it, but I was like, oh, okay, it's the radio. Heard a couple of commercials.
We don't hear the commercials. Yeah,
like ever. One time I actually heard myself when I called Jess. This was early when we first got the show, and I finally heard a commercial. I was like, "Oh, yeah, I just heard my commercial. Wow, that's crazy." It was like the only time I ever heard it too.
That's funny. I've been in the car when the commercials come on and I've turned it off. Do not want to hear that. Hey, Chat House is a hell of a drug. LaMarcus Aldridge is eyeing the Bulls.
Ooh, the Bulls making moves.
you get the sweats and headaches, Brian. Hey, Brian's got a. Why am I just noticing that Brian's rocking the D-Lo and KC shirt in his Abby?
Brian Cruz.
What's up? Little light skinned king right there. I see it. Radio listening gets you no 13th round house show or channel 68.
Channel 68, man. That's the one. I love me some Channel 68. It just pops up randomly too. Like it popped up in the second segment. Channel 68.
Channel 68. Oh man. That's good stuff. Good stuff. But that's the only reason David's here. David Jackson's here. That's fine.
Money. I get it.
I run New York.
50 had one there.
I was listening to that sample.
He had one there.
I was listening to that sample the other day.
Yeah.
Forgot the name of it. Stereo MCs. What was it? I have no idea. I sent them the link. I didn't hear F off, so bro, yeah, you could do that. Do you get emails from the marathon?
Like if they have new stuff coming out or something? Mm-hmm.
Did you see the one last night?
I did not.
That dedication shirt, man. I've gone to the website like 4 times to buy it and just haven't done it yet. It's just got a big rose on the front.
Where the hell is mine?
It's dope. Oh, you don't get you don't have the VIP email? Oh, that's a shame.
I got Vans.
King's Herald got a sale. Looking for sports betting content all day long? The BetQL network is now available nationwide on the Odyssey mobile app and website. Over 10,000 home and auto connected devices and at BetQLnetwork.com. This is wagertainment for every fan, morning, afternoon, and night. Betting angles throughout the day, insights from local and national experts, entertaining content to keep both casual and hardcore bettors engaged. Get sports betting tips from the best in the game. BetQL Network streaming now on Odyssey. Kenny's going to give you his picks for the game. Coming up in what about 30 minutes or so?
Yeah.
I think you can let it ride. Go ahead, let it ride. Let it ride. We'll find out we'll find out what games Kenny wants to dive into. See, this is BetQL it's the gift and the curse. I've been to BetQL. I've been on that site. I've been on that app, and I go, hey, there's a lot of information here. I know what to do with this. And then I'm reminded quickly as soon as I go to my bank account that I do not know what to do with this. But if that is your bag, Kenny will help you pick the games, pick the winners, and do all of that good stuff. 916-349-1320. We had asked you if you could add a trait to one Sacramento King that you think could potentially catapult the Kings into the postseason. What would it be? We'll dive into some of those answers. I want to hear what Kenny thinks. We'll share what I think as well. 916-349-1320. Let's get to Eric here on the phone lines. Eric, what's good, baby?
Hey, what's up with it, you guys, man? It's my first time talking to you guys, man. I heard about you from Deuce and Mo.
Okay.
Eric,
that's what's up.
Man, you know, I got to give you some air horns, big dog, man. Appreciate you tapping in.
No, for sure. They don't even know me as Eric, man. They know me as E-Biz, too.
Okay. That's what's up, E-Biz. Yeah, E-Biz, you definitely fit the fam over here at D-Lo and KC.
Yes, indeed.
No doubt, man. So here, check this out. So the first thing I want to talk about real quick, you guys, is Drake and Jay-Z.
Okay.
I'm 35, okay? So, you know, I've been around when Jay-Z was, you know, hot and all that, like right when he ended up becoming like real hot off of Volume 2 and then went on to Volume 3 with Big Pimpin' and Blueprint. Man, I can go on right here, you feel me?
Yeah.
All right. So how Trey said, you know, he talked about Drake.
Yeah.
So just like I said, I'm 35. So the only person that I would say that I could see that in his generation that I'll put up with Jay or better is Kendrick Lamar.
Yep.
I don't see how anybody can disagree with me with that.
Not at all. Not at all. Kendrick is up there for sure.
Yep.
100%. But E-Biz, Drizzy up there too. Drizzy is up there too. Like he up there.
No, I didn't say Drake isn't, but how basically
He's saying it's generational. Yeah.
Oh, okay. I got you. I hear you. Yeah.
Like I said, you guys, like I'm 35, so I've been around for all of that, and I think Drake, like for example, how Kanye and Drake they were about to go against each other. Honestly, I bet you I won't be surprised if Drake gets more streams and more sales this weekend.
Oh, easily.
Yeah, I think so too. Because I think there's a lot more women listening to Drake than there is. I don't think women are checking for Donda.
Look, I told you we had a listening party at the house last night. I didn't initiate it.
Exactly. E-Biz, you got anything else for us?
Yeah. So I just wanted to call for that. So obviously, we'll always want people to improve on their shooting, their 3-point. Well, I wish De'Aaron Fox, his free throw percentage can go up by a lot. Like if it could go up by like 10%, because I think he'll be like 83% right there or something.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
But if he was to go up like with that, the free throws, and if Buddy Hield learns how to do a mid-range.
So what's crazy about that, E-Biz, and we appreciate you, man.
Appreciate you, E, man.
And shout out to Deuce and Mo, man. We're happy that the family keeps growing here.
Yes, indeed.
I think Buddy can do that. I feel like we've seen Buddy do it. I just don't think he does it. Like I think he's capable of a mid-range game. I just don't think that's what he likes to do.
Yeah, I wonder. I agree. I think he's capable, but to stick with the theme of Drake, I don't know if Buddy is so far gone. Like, is he so far into? He might be. I'm just in this 3-point shooter mode all the time that he can't come back to how he was in 1920 something or 18, 19, 20,
19, 20. That I mean, I know Buddy's old, but man. 1920. Oh, you meant 1920. Oh, okay. I thought we was playing off the Buddy age joke.
Well, David was earlier, and that was pretty.
Definitely was.
That was pretty funny. But yeah, I mean, if he could, that'd be awesome. I just don't know if he'd get back to that though.
So far gone. That's a good call right there. Let's get to the serial connection. Manny 916-349-1320. Manny, what to do, baby?
What up?
What's up, Manny?
Hello, Drake, Kanye. Look, man, Drake has always been who Drake is. I think some people, unfortunately, get into this whole hardcore rapper, has to be a certain way. Drake knows his audience. Drake knows exactly what he's capable of doing in his threshold, and he does it well. A lot of people, I think, just hate on dude because he's not, streetish or whatever you want to call it. But dude is consistent. Dude is consistently putting out quality stuff for the people that enjoy that. Like, I'm not the biggest Drake fan, but when I heard the album this morning, I liked it. I liked it a lot better than Donda. Donde Estás is what I would ask the Kanye because I don't know where the heck he is. The album is way too long. Every song on that album is a minute too long, full of fluff, and it should have been called Friends featuring Kanye because I heard more other people rapping on it than I heard him.
Yeah.
Like, I feel like rappers do that towards the end of their career. Like, I don't want to put in, three verses anymore. I'm gonna do one verse and invite 2 other people to come on, so I don't have to do a whole song.
I think he did that after the first listening party in Atlanta, where people hit social media and they were like, "That was trash, that was garbage," and then the next time it was like, "Yo, it's got 57 people on the record. It's better."
You know what's crazy is it's real quick. I grew up seeing this dude when he first would rap and get booed off of stages. When he first started deciding not to be just a producer and wanted to rap, he would be in Chicago and he would do these little shows and he would literally get booed because his lyrics were horrible. And he drastically got better and he phenomenally better. But I don't know, man, I feel he went from horrible to great back to I don't know if he just doesn't care anymore, if he's just gone or whatever, but some of that stuff was okay and done. It was just way too long. I felt like I was reading a whole encyclopedia set.
Okay.
I feel you, Manny. I feel you.
with the Kings, I would really love to give Bagley health, but I don't know if he's too far gone with the organization or not.
We're like the Wizard of Oz. we're like you get health, you get some height, and you get a mid-range game.
No, I'm gonna do Buddy a break. That's what I'm giving.
Come on,
man. That's cold.
I feel like if he was more intelligent on the court, I feel like everything else would like pan out. I feel like he does dumb stuff all the time on the court. I feel like if he was to have more of a like, I don't know, like more like that. I guess kind of like that Jason Kidd intelligence on the court where he sees everything and like he's like a step ahead of everybody. He would be phenomenal.
Okay.
Yeah. Well,
all right.
I hear you.
Let's dive into this a little bit.
Appreciate
I think the people
Manny.
Always. You talked about Drake knowing his audience. I think Drake knows the landscape of hip hop right now.
Mm-hmm.
The landscape of hip hop used to be something else.
Mm-hmm.
It's an entire, like, it's far more encompassing than it used to be.
Right.
Sorry, I got sidetracked.
No.
We got a trade alert.
Uh-oh.
Not that trade alert. Sorry.
Okay. Okay. You know, I was ready.
That trade. Not that trade. Sorry. That I just like Woj caught my attention here. DeAndre Jordan.
I'm gonna need a second source here.
Hold on.
Yeah, hold on. You got it from Woj. I'm gonna need
Where's
a second
Shams?
source.
Can someone get Shams on the phone here?
I'm gonna need to be cited. Cite my sources here. Brooklyn
is trading DeAndre Jordan in 4 future second-round picks and $5.78 million to Detroit for Jahlil Okafor. Dumbuya? Am I going to mess that dude's name up?
It sounds right.
Koya Dumbuya. Pistons plan to work through a buyout on 2 years, $20 million owed to Jordan. Nets will save $47 million in salary and tax on the deal. So they're basically giving Detroit 4 second-round picks and $5 million to take DeAndre Jordan off their hand, go through the buyout, and they'll say $47 million. Can you imagine that? Paying $47 million for DeAndre Jordan in 2021?
Wow.
Woo.
The first thing that came to my mind, and I don't think they have it. Well, the first thing that came to my mind was they making room for Ben Simmons, but they don't have nothing else to trade.
No, no, because they're just saving money. Like they would still have to move one of the big boys.
That's what I'm saying. Like they don't have nothing else to trade, but the money, they cleared money.
But they didn't. Like they cleared like, so here's the salary cap for those that are watching. Here's where the Nets were. Now the Nets are here.
Oh, like, they're a luxury tax team. That's right. That's right.
Yeah,
that's right.
they're a big luxury tax. So instead of owing, and I don't remember the exact number off the top of my head, but play along, 160 million. Now it's 120.
Oh, well, good for them. Good for them. Cutting down on their debt.
That's what it is. Hey, we should all be so fortunate. Just cut it down a little bit at a time.
Yeah. Your point real quick though about Drake, there's 2 things to equate it to sports. Number one, I feel like Drake, people say, oh, he knows his audience, he caters to the women or whatever. Yeah, that's true too. But Drake is also like Steph Curry. Like people will be like, Steph makes 10 threes in a game, but he can't attack the basket. Why would I do that? I'm hitting 10 threes a night. What you need me to attack? Nobody can stop me from beyond the arc. Why would I attack the basket? So no, I'm not gonna go get gutter or whatever. But what happens is Steph will do some stuff every now and then and go to the bucket and be like, oh, he does kind of have that in his bag too. And Drake will do stuff. Here's
the other thing.
Freestyle. We're like, dang, he does have bars too. It's not just girly stuff. Like the boy can rap. He does that.
Yeah, and here's the other thing too. And I'm secure enough to acknowledge this. I would stick with my style if I was as pretty as Drake too. Like I know Biggie did it and Biggie pulled it off. Biggie pulled off the big fat ladies man and all of that. Like Drake's different.
Yeah,
Drake's a whole different vibe. Did you hear the Sierra Canyon reference in there?
Yeah,
looking like Magic City. The parking lot looking like Magic City.
Look, and the other thing about Drake too is like he also knows if I start coming out talking about guns and all this other stuff, that's not believable. Nobody gonna believe that. Like he already told us when he came in. I was at Degrassi. Mm-hmm. You saw me on Degrassi. I'm not from that.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna just stick to what I know.
It's like Curtis Blow. Like you go back even further. Curtis Blow was that he had the looks of an R&B singer. Mm-hmm. That's why he was rapping the way that he was. Mm-hmm. That's why he didn't have the edge that African Bambaataa and some of those other dudes had. He was too pretty. Nobody was gonna buy it. He looked like Johnny Gill. Ain't nobody gonna go for that. 916-349-1320. Herbert, it's been a minute. Great to hear from you, my brother. What's going on?
Hey, what's up, D-Lo? What's up, KC?
Herbert, what's up, big dog?
Just checking in, man.
Yes, sir.
What's on your mind?
As far as the King, I would give Luke Walton, man, give him some urgency about it, yo. Some urgency, man. He just he is too cool for me. He's too laid back. That SoCal vibe, we don't get down like that up here. Get down like that.
You need more aggression out of Luke, visible aggression.
Right? Aggression.
Exactly. And then as far as Hov and Drake, I'm a Hov guy. I like Drake, but to me, no other rapper has aged gracefully as Hov. Like 50 years old, 51 maybe, relevant. Mm-hmm. That's unheard of as far as rap goes, because it's a young guy sport or whatever. So until Drake, if he's pushing 50 and he's still making good music, then we can have that discussion.
Yeah, no doubt, and that's a good point too, because Hov is a 50-year-old and he raps about grown man stuff.
Yeah, absolutely. 444. It's like, yo, okay. I'm feeling that. Trey Young might not have been feeling 444. He's like, what is this guy talking about? Because he ain't had
those grown-up problems yet. Like he ain't dealt with it. 444 makes a lot more sense when you've lived some life.
Yes.
When he hits that particular bar, it's like, yeah, I remember that. Yeah.
Damn. Yeah. You right, Hov. You right. Yeah. You right.
I mean, and that's a big part about music, right? It's got to be relatable somehow. Mm-hmm. And some people can't relate to that.
And talking about knowing your audience or knowing your lane, it'd be ridiculous if Hov had a whole album like Lil Baby or The Baby or something. Like it'd be like, go stop.
Well, that's why what
are you talking about?
I mean, when did Cube drop an album? When was the last Cube album? Like, when was the last time LL dropped an album? Yeah, I remember LL dropped an album. I don't remember the last one, but I remember the last one I listened to, and I'm positive it was his last one.
Was it the one with Headsprung?
No, a couple albums. That was.
I like Headsprung though. It's corny. Lord have mercy.
Radio hit too.
If the girl is thirsty, I'll have a man reimburse me.
And I remember like Todd, what are you doing? Like, Todd, you 48 years old right now, man. What are you doing, bro? Like, hey. Like you have aged gracefully, but you've got to age gracefully in the game too. Like that ain't gonna work. You can't do that no more. Shout out to our buddy Lisa. Lisa hit us on Twitter.
Lisa, what's up?
She said Lisa met her at Top Golf. She hung out with us, man. It was so great hanging out with her and the family.
Lisa.
She says she wants Rashawn. If we could get Rashawn, and we've seen this a couple of times, to shoot and make threes. Mm-hmm. Ooh, that could be the one. Or if we can get Buddy to the line for 8 to 10 points a night. Well, we talk about De'Aaron getting to the line, man.
Buddy for 8 to 10 points a night. He's a 25 point per game scorer, probably.
Man,
that'd be huge.
What's yours? If for those who are just tuning in here on Twitch or YouTube or Odyssey or ESPN 1320. ESPN wrote an article, and it was really just locked in on 4 players. Like, what trait would you add to their game? Like, what one thing would you change about their game to make it better? None of them are outrageous. Nothing. They're sensible additions. Of course, none of them involved the Kings. Giannis was in there. Luka, I think, was in there. Russell Westbrook was in there.
They put Cat in there.
They did put Karl Anthony Towns in there, and I just ignored that. And I was like, all right, cool. Like, yeah, I don't need to invest my time in this at all. What trait would you add to what King that you like? I know you said you had 2 that hit your head immediately. What's like you got one? Martians coming down to Earth, laser beam to the head. What are we doing?
I want Iguodala.
What are we? What trade are you adding to what king?
Oh man. So I'll go with the ones that I'm not going to choose first.
Okay.
And the first one of those is Marvin Bagley. Obviously, we would say health, right? But that's not a skill, I don't think. You know what I mean? So health is just obvious. So that doesn't count. But if Marvin Bagley could shoot 80% from the free throw line, he shot 57% last year. Let me double check this. Yeah, he shot 57.5% from the free throw line last year. Still managed to average 14 points a game. So if he could shoot 80%, maybe that gives him a little more confidence to attack the basket, things of that nature. You're looking at I think you can get up to like an 18-point per game score. You know what I mean? And he's still pretty young. He's developing his game. So the first thing, there's a couple things about Bagley that I'd want to do, but the first thing would be if he could be an 80% free throw shooter.
But that's not the one.
That's not the one. The other one that I thought about, that isn't the one, is De'Aaron Fox and his free throw shooting.
Mm-hmm.
And, if you could get him to 85, 90% from the free throw line, that would be big time. That would open up his game a lot. But that's not the one.
Mm-hmm.
The one is,
okay,
if you could get De'Aaron Fox to be a 40% three-point shooter.
That's the one. That's the one.
I mean, Jesus. That's crazy. Last year, 25.2 points per game, 7.2 assists a night. He shot 32% from beyond the arc. If you could get him to, and I just used Dame, because remember, Dame was like the first epiphany ever that I had on the show. I saw Dame.
We needed Dame Lillard. Yes.
And I was like,
that was a hell of a moment for D'Lo and Casey. You know what the Kings need? They need Dame Lillard. Oh, damn, Casey. That's the doggone. That's it.
I said, that's what the hell we need. I need somebody that's devastating from beyond the arc, devastating mid-range, and can get to the cup. That's what the hell I need.
Mm-hmm.
And if you put De'Aaron Fox, Dame shot 39% from beyond the arc, 40% the year before. If you can get De'Aaron Fox 40% from beyond the arc, oh my goodness.
That's
a game changer.
That is the exact same one I settled on as the one.
Great minds.
My second place one, though, was different than yours. And I've seen it pop up here in the chat a couple of times.
Mm-hmm.
I like the Rashawn 3, especially with a shiny new 4-year contract. You can stretch him out a little bit more.
Mm-hmm.
That now we're talking, if Rashawn with a 3-point shot, now we're talking Rashawn at a 4. Maybe out there with Alex Lynn or Tristan Thompson. There's Harrison Barnes, and I know this is an unpopular opinion. Harrison Barnes could play the 3. I know. Not a popular opinion amongst people who write and talk about the Kings.
Yeah.
Kenny and I are more of the mindset we'd rather see him at the 3. But Buddy Hield on the defensive side of the ball. How much are you willing to look past? We keep everything else the same.
Mm-hmm.
How much are you looking? How much would you be willing to look past the sporadic nights of shooting?
Give me what that defensive increase, that attribute increase would be. So I take it you're not saying Davion Mitchell, but
No.
if he
wasn't targeted like 7 plays in a row by the Los Angeles Clippers, that's that right there. That when I don't see Kawhi Leonard coming down the floor saying, okay, who's Buddy? Hey, this way. When they're running isolation plays for wherever Buddy Hield is on the floor, when you're able to stop that, that would be good. When a play doesn't break down and 3 members of the Sacramento Kings roster don't turn and stare at Buddy like, what in the blue hell are you doing? I think that would be a positive there. I don't know. I mean, you could go so far as to call them a lockdown defender if you want to. I'm asking to like legitimately make him a a defensive player.
Yeah.
Where you go like, no, he's not Paul George. He's not Kawhi Leonard. No, he's a good defensive guy. He's good. He's good to have around. Maybe he's in the talks for the all defensive teams each year. Maybe makes him or not. But he's not the target of other teams' offense either.
Right. That'd be huge. And to answer your question, you look past a lot of them nights where he just inept on the offensive end or just not making good decisions or not making shots. You look past that for sure because he's contributing something at a high level on the other end.
Yeah.
And it's creating other possibilities for his teammates as well. So, yeah, that would be huge. I was laughing so hard.
Of course, the defensive side of the ball, contributing to that level runs out after a while, as we have learned in the last several weeks in talking about Ben Simmons.
Yes, absolutely. I'm going to need you to do something, Buddy Hill. But I was laughing because you talk about like his teammates. And do you remember this year where, because I feel like we talked about it, where Buddy, a quarter was ending or something like that. There was about 4 seconds left and he took a half court shot and Tyrese was like just running, just kind of playing out the string. And then he saw the shot go up and he got it off the backboard and followed it in as the buzzer expired and it counted. And everybody's like, oh, Tyrese Halliburton, what a heads up play. What a great job. Tyrese makes the little layup and turns around and says, what the hell is he doing? What the hell was that?
I do remember that
when you said the teammates looking back at him.
I do remember that. I would give I would give anything for a film nerd to make a clip of how many times like the Kings look sideways at each other. It wasn't just Buddy. It happened with Buddy a lot. It happened with Marvin too. Like there was a point where things were just falling apart. Where I remember Harrison. I remember one like play in particular. Harrison no sells everything. Everything. Buddy misses like a defensive assignment. De'Aaron's hands drop, heads drop, he turns, and Harrison is scared. You talk about a death ray from the Martians above. He is staring a hole through Marvin like.
I remember that one.
What are you doing? Maybe the one trait is for the Kings to not commit plays where they want to murder each other on the basketball court. Maybe that's the trait we all got to ask for.
Oh man, he had enough.
Oh, he was. Do you know how far you have to go to push Harrison Barnes to the edge? We'll step out. We'll come back.
When we come back.
Kenny's picks for the upcoming weekend, plus Quint Mayo of BetMGM joins us as D'Lo and Casey continue here on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320. Okay, cool. Word to the mother.
Oh man, this is a fun show. I'm having a lot of laughs today, man.
It's worth it.
I'm having a lot of laughs. This is some funny stuff.
I'll run New York.
Jahlil Okafor, he's a guy that I don't know why he can't find a place where they can find minutes for him.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? Like, 'cause every time I see him, he's not like embarrassing out there, but he don't get no run anywhere he's at.
I need to find that clip of Tyrese. I wonder what pops up. Can y'all hit the thumbs up? I'm just asking without even looking. Yeah, let's hit it. Let's get a couple more thumbs up in here. We know it's Friday, but let's get him in there. I wonder what happens if you type in what the hell was Buddy?
I found it.
Oh, did you?
If you type in YouTube, Tyrese Halliburton buzzer beater, it's against the Celtics. Let me see, Buddy. Shoot from half court.
Man. I'd put this on the screen, but I don't know if we're allowed to or not.
Tyrese is pissed.
He looked like he was walking straight over to bust Buddy Hield's ass. And he missed, and the best part is, hold on, go back, watch Harrison's face. Harrison's looking at it like, I don't know, dude. I don't know what his problem is. Y'all need to open up a second window and
Harrison's like, shoot the ball? Just give me the high five, man. I know.
Oh man, that is so good.
Tyrese was hot.
Oh, I remember this too. I know that's supposed to say, "What the hell are you doing?" I remember that. Oh man.
Oh jeez. Real tears right now, man. Real tears.
I don't. It's a basketball highlight. I don't think we'll have any problem showing it.
Oh, bro.
I'll put. What happened? Yeah, don't tell. Yeah, chat house. Don't tell anybody.
Nobody.
That's for. Hang on. See if we can get a screen share here real quick. I gotta run out of time. Hang on.
Oh man.
Share screen. Pop, 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 pop. Boom right here. Boom right here. All right.
Exactly how I remembered it too.
Yo, watch this. There's so many. There's so much to see here. All right. Shoots it. 3.5 seconds left up. The putback. Tyrese's reaction.
Tyrese is hot.
Tyrese wants to fight. But hold on. This is the better angle. You got it. Just try to catch Harrison's reaction to this.
Harrison's hot.
We're watching the Buddy Hield play where he shoots from half court and Tyrese puts it back, and you just see like, what did he shoot the ball for?
Tyrese was hot,
and the best part was Harrison was right there to give him a high five, and you can see Harrison's almost rolling his eyes like, dude, I don't know. Let's just go back to the huddle. My God.
It was just like I remembered it.
I don't know what to do.
Like I remembered it.
I don't know what to do with Buddy, man. Like, oh, bruh. I don't.
Oh, man.
I don't know what to do with Buddy, man. That is again, there is just so many plays where the team was legit looking at each other like, what are we doing here?
Oh,
what is happening? What's wrong with it between Buddy? So someone mentioned the clip. I think Bryce mentioned the clip of when Hassan Whiteside. What the hell are you doing? And it was super audible on the camera. Oh man. I mean, all in all, it's fun being a Kings fan. Like, you ain't gonna get this everywhere.
Yo, that is some real. I got real tears right now, man. I was laughing the whole commercial break.
Tyrese Halliburton turned around after Buddy Hield shot it.
He might have said "Okay, Lake Show."
He might have.
Somebody else might have been "Okay, Lake Show."
That was a Joe Decker line. That's funny. Buddy Hield from half court with 4 seconds left.
Yeah, but whose side is he on?
Oh man. I feel like you could run this clip after most Marvin Bagley defensive plays.
Jesus.
I'm sorry.
One thing
bad host. I apologize
about that clip. I knew obviously Tyrese said what he said. I didn't remember how mad he was. He was pissed off.
Oh, he looked, yeah, no. But yeah, Tyrese looked legitimately angry. We need to jot that down for the next time he's on the show. Like, hey, do you remember that shot against the Celtics?
You're probably like, yes.
Yeah. He'd probably say, bro, I ain't never been so hot in my life.
Oh, boy. Man.
Then I'd like to ask him, how many times did you think that exact thing that you were thinking in that moment throughout the season?
Next
and just
question.
not show it as much?
Next question.
Quentin Mayo going to join us at the top of the hour. Quentin Mayo, of course, the host of Bet MGM over on the BetQL network. That's available here on the Odyssey app. We'll get his thoughts on the college football season getting underway. We know there was a week 0, but that's exactly what it was. It was week 0. But we got some big time games jumping off this weekend.
Had a big time game last.
I didn't like it.
0.
I didn't. Oh, yeah, they did. I thought you were going to say last night. That's my bad.
Yeah, I saw they were up 10-0 when you talk about your Ohio State Buckeyes, and I was like, they're going to run away. And then I was at Reese's soccer practice, checked the score, 21-17 Minnesota. I said, let me get up in here, and then like they immediately started to get slapped up by Ohio State.
Yeah, it was. I mean, I guess it was. It's a sports line of the decade. It was what it was. It was a week 1 game. I watched it like, oh, all right, like that. I expect them to have that type of offense. That's the type of offense. I always think really highly of Ohio State's offense, though. You know, I thought they were the best team in the country. I thought they were going to win the national championship last year. So, the hell do I know?
They're never down. The Big Ten is doing something that I really like, though. They are putting like half the league in this week 1 in these marquee games. You've got Ohio State versus Minnesota on a Thursday opener.
Yeah.
And then they've got Penn State versus Wisconsin, Indiana and Iowa. And they had one, Nebraska, Illinois was a big one as well. I felt like they had another one too. But I mean, I like that. Like when Oregon, or they're playing Fresno State, so I'm not saying nothing crazy, but that's one of the things that the SEC and the ACC have kind of figured out with their games in Atlanta and all this other stuff. I don't want to see Cal versus I was going to say UC Davis, but UC Davis got a big win last night.
Yeah.
I don't want to see Cal versus Little Sisters of the Poor on the West Coast version, right? Like, give me Cal versus UCLA to start the season. The Pac-12 should do something like that, man. UCLA versus Hawaii. I don't need to see that in week 0. Give me a Pac-12 matchup.
Yeah, I think it's good to have some hot, some fire coming out the gate. We know things will settle in. We know there's some 63 threes ahead.
Yeah, Big Ten's only doing it for 1 week.
Yeah, we know that.
Yeah, they'll get back to the regularly scheduled program in week 2, but
soon enough. Akron is on the schedule. Like it's right there. It's fine.
Although I think next week 2 is Ohio State, Oregon. I think.
Okay.
That'll be some good stuff right there.
I mean, it's not bad.
And I talk about UCLA, but they are giving us UCLA LSU this week. So they got some good games this week, man.
I think UCLA is favored in that game.
UCLA looked impressive last week.
Well, also LSU stinks.
I think they're ranked 14th in the nation.
LSU stinks.
Oh, okay.
They're going to finish way below that.
Like
they stink.
Not finishing in the top 25.
I don't think so.
Do we have a
no?
As a matter of fact, I won't even say no. Is D'Lo telling us?
No, I don't do that. That's your bag. As a matter of fact, I'll turn you loose. Get at it right now. What games are you looking at this week? Quentin Mayo's going to join us in about 6 minutes. We'll do this with college football. We'll do this with football, all that good stuff. I know you're a Bet MGM guy. You're a BetQL guy. Indeed. Excuse me. What are you digging here this week?
Yes, indeed, man. So I got 3 games I'm going to give you guys every week, and they're going to go from the confidence pool, right? The confidence scale. 3 will be the one I'm least confident in. Number 1 is okay. That's number 1. So my number 3, I went back and forth because I had a couple other games on here. I was looking at Oklahoma minus 31.5 over Tulane. They got Spencer Rattler, Heisman Trophy candidate at the quarterback position. They're going to beat the hell out of Tulane, but I didn't pull the trigger on that one. This one, you're going to have to hurry up because it's going to start in a couple hours. I'm going number 10 North Carolina, starting their season in Blacksburg against Virginia Tech. They're -5.5 favorites. I'm taking UNC in that one. That's my number 3.
Okay.
That's my number 3. Number 2, we talked about what the Big Ten is doing, and I like it. And they're giving me something to work with already. They got number 17, Indiana, going to, they're in 8. No, it's at Iowa State. I don't know. But either way, they're going to play Iowa. All right. Number 18 in the nation. And me, typically, I like the lower point spreads. I feel like when, they're lower, I'm essentially just choosing who's going to win the game. You know what I mean? This one is Iowa, favored by 3 over Indiana. I'm not a believer in Indiana. I know they had a very magical season last year, got some big wins and things of that nature. I'm not a believer. Sorry, Damon Bruce. I'm going to go Iowa to cover the 3 and win this game. That's my number 2 pick. And my number 1 pick, I'm a big game guy. So like we talked to Quentin might be like, yo, I'm telling you right now, Northern Illinois, that's the one to take. I'm just that's not my comfort zone. I go for the big boys, and it gets no bigger than what we're seeing in Death Valley on Saturday night. Clemson, number 3 in the nation, going up against number 5 Georgia. Clemson's a -3.5 favorite, and I'm just a believer in Clemson. I really am. I'm not crazy about Debo, obviously. Debo Samuel. Or Dabo. Why did I say Debo?
Yeah.
Dabo
Right.
Sweeney. I'm not a believer in him.
You are crazy about Debo Samuel.
I am very crazy. Debo knows. You see the shirt. Shout out to
I've
Lil
seen
Roots.
it. Yep.
You know what I mean? That's my guy. But I am crazy about our guy. I'm gonna try this here. I'm gonna try this. DJ Huangalele.
I think that's pretty close.
Huangalele.
I was working on it this morning, and I got through 2, and then we got on our show call, and I was like, I got to start all over.
That's the one I gotta practice with. Huangalele. I'm a big believer in my man. He is the truth.
Mm-hmm.
He's played in a big game before. We saw him last year against Notre Dame. They had fans there in Notre Dame for that game too. Georgia's got some issues in the secondary as far, just injuries. They got injury issues that they're kind of keeping to the vest. I don't like that. I think Clemson at home will take care of that. Number 1 pick, Clemson -3.5. Go ahead and take that. So to recap, number 3, I got UNC tonight in a couple hours, 5.5 over Virginia Tech. I got Iowa -3 over Indiana, and I've got Clemson -3.5 on Saturday night against Georgia. And you guys can.
Okay. Clemson starts the season with a 78% chance to reach the playoffs. That's the best chance in the entire FBS. Georgia is 5th with a 28% chance. Georgia's dominated this series.
Georgia's a true championship contender this year too. Absolutely. It's a great game. This is a great game.
Yeah, there's some great college football coming up this weekend, and it's headlined by the one my partner just put up there. What did you say the spread was in that? 1.5?
And what
did you say it was?
The Clemson game? 3.5.
Oh, 3.5. Okay.
Yeah. 3.5 for Clemson. Scott Lee says Kenny picks all the favorites. I mean, it bees like that sometimes. Bees like that. You know, it's just what it is. Last week, this isn't going on my permanent record because I'm keeping track of these. Keeping track of my record here. No, I'm putting this on my permanent record. I put permanent money on it. I'm putting on it. Last week, I got Fresno State. I had Fresno State -27.5 over UConn.
Okay.
Yeah. Let's go. Shout out to the Bulldogs. Fresno State goes to Oregon this week. I'm not putting money on Fresno State this week.
You are really embracing this. Really embracing our BetQL platform here.
Hey, I feel like I got the golden ticket right now. I got the key to the city with BetQL.
I'm with it. And you're going to be doing this during college football. I'm sorry. You're going to be doing this during the NFL season as well.
Yeah, absolutely.
We're going to have next week.
We're going to have it all. We're going to have a good. And that reminds me, before we get Quentin on here in just a second, we're trying to make the connection. We talked about it yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
I got an NFL Pick'em League for D-Lo and KC. If you want to get in. And I'm just going to say it like this because I couldn't figure out a simpler way just yet. at IMKDiddy on Twitter. DM me your email address. I will send you the invite for the email address. Let me know if you want to do just the NFL pick'em, or I got a college pick'em one as well. You can get in that. DM me your email address. I'll send the invite. I'm gonna do week 1 for college. So if you're trying to do it, get it in before tomorrow. I guess we'd start it tomorrow if they let us. But yeah, get it in. Send me the email so I can send you the invite.
I went to Yahoo to see if there was an easier way to do it, and it's all emails. It's like, why can't we just send out a link?
Right.
How can we not just post a link on Twitter? And people click on the link, they sign up, now you're a part of it. Like, why did it make this so complicated?
I don't know. It's not like it was back in the day. Nothing was the same. Another Drake reference.
All right. There you go. Boy, I get it. You're going to be all over the Drake essentials, too. I know you. Once you gotten through the new album.
Once I hear something from the new album, I'll be like, damn, that's hot.
Remember when
Joe the 100 dropped? Oh, let me go play that. Like, it's going to be all that, man.
We're going to get Quentin Mayo either here on the stream or on the phone here in the next couple of minutes. You're listening to D-Lo and KC on ESPN 1320 KIFM, West Sacramento, KRXQ, HD2 Sacramento, an Odyssey station and driven by Lashers, Elk Grove Dodge. He's Kenny Caraway. I'm Damon Barling. We are thrilled that you are here with us. You can always be a part of the show on Twitch, YouTube. It's a great way to do it. You can also hit us at 916-349-1320 if you want to be a part of the conversations right there. After some speculation earlier in the day that Chicago might be his landing place, Adrian Wojnarowski tweets after retiring with heart concerns 5 months ago. 7-time All-Star forward LaMarcus Aldridge is returning on a 1-year, $2.6 million deal with the Brooklyn Nets. Interesting. Adrian Wojnarowski included his agent on this tweet. That's fascinating. It was his agent that told him about this deal. You know, when you look at all of the deals that Adrian Wojnarowski tweeted about, there's only one in which he did not reference the agent. Anybody want to guess what that deal was?
The
one deal
wrong
in which he didn't reference the agent, and it was Dennis Schroeder's deal. So
I was about to say, did he reference the? Oh, you're talking about signings. I was thinking about the trade because there was no mention of the agent in when he was having the Buddy Hield speculation and all this other stuff, and then it went left on him.
Yeah, no, there was no agent references in that, but on all of his signings, he referenced agents on all of his signings, except for the one, and I thought that was just absolute trash. Absolute trash. Call it what it is. We're having trouble getting Quentin on the phone, or excuse me, on the stream, for whatever reason. So he's going to join us on the phone here in just a second. Of course, Quentin Mayo, the host of Bet MGM tonight and Odyssey Sports Betting Insider. Insider calls are presented by BetQL. Get access to data and insights the sports books don't want you to see. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetQL app or visit betql.com today. Let's get to our man, Quentin Mayo. Quentin, appreciate you joining us, my man. Kenny just laid out some picks for the college football weekend. I want to ask you, if you're just starting to dip your toes in the water of sports betting, what's the best sport that could really that you could really get the hang of quickly?
Oh, it's got to be college football. I think it's a clear cut college football. But now, if you're not a huge college football fan and you want to maybe have a more consumable product, which is the NFL, more teams that you kind of know who the guys are, and you don't have to go watch, I don't know, Army versus Georgia State, which I'll be doing this weekend. Bigger names and just more familiarity. But I think there's way more value in college football. I think you get more winners that way because there are so many games. So if you do your research and your due diligence or listen to some sharp people, some smart people that know the picks, then you can really make some money in college football. Yesterday, I should have went 4-0. UCF got off to a slow start yesterday. Coach Malzone and former Auburn head coach had to rally the boys at halftime, but I still went 3-1. Walked away with a lot of big money, and then we're heading to the weekend, looking to make more money. So college football is where it's at. A lot of value, but if you want some more some easier guys to track, and you don't have to go to watch the game on ESPN Ocho or Disney Plus, then probably stay away from college football.
Yeah. And shout out to Quentin because last week he confirmed what I was feeling with that Fresno State thing, and the Bulldogs came through, did what they had to do against UConn. So shout out to Quentin. But
absolutely, man. We felt really good about that. That was over before it was started.
Yes, indeed. But I agree with you though, with which is easier to bet in my opinion. That's probably why I'm so excited about college football, because I feel like all of this is gambling, in the true literal sense, right? Like you're not gonna they build casinos off of people like myself, right? In Las Vegas, I get it, but in the NFL, it seems like there's a lot more randomness that happens in the NFL than it does in college football. Have you seen that to be true, or is it just kind of figment of my imagination?
I want to say so. I think the part about college football that's maybe a little more random for me is kind of like the garbage time scores down the stretch. Like, I think that's what kind of throws college football through a loop for me. I mean, you could be sitting pretty all day. Like, let's say last night, Tennessee at one point, where Tennessee opened up as a 37-point favorite. I can't even remember who Tennessee played, actually. They played some scrub team, no offense. But they were a 37-point favorite, and they ended up, being really close. I think they won 38-6 last night. They played more great. Like it's just something like that to where they could go the entire game and be up, but in the last 10 minutes or so they kicked their foot off the ghetto, the pass. Oh my God! They take their foot off of the gas pedal. There we go. It's a lot. I feel like a lot more backdoor coverage that way.
Yeah.
The NFL, those guys who seem a little more invested in terms of their principles and their foundation, their fundamentals. I think in college football, those guys are just a little younger, so they allow more big time plays down the stretch. But in any event, both sports are still very, very hard to handicap. Anything can happen. Like you said, this is just an unpredictable game that we are playing. But I would probably lean college football in terms of a game that's just a little more unpredictable than the NFL.
Gotcha.
Tennessee's bugging out here, and you talk about a game they're in, and they're not the scrub team involved. That's a wild experience for them.
Shots.
That's an absolutely wild experience for them. Do you bet on the big games? Like Casey was talking about, like Clemson, Georgia. Do you get in on those?
Oh, absolutely. Like this is what you bet on all the little games for. So you can sit back and watch the big game and have some stake, get some money on the line. That Clemson, Georgia game, I've done at least 17 radio hits this week, and everybody's asking my take. I still have not selected a side because I think these teams are really kind of closer than a lot of people would give credit for. Now, we know Clemson is so talented all over the place, and of course, they're the 3-point favorites in this game. But something is telling me that Georgia's going to come in here and muck this thing up. I mean, the play that I've already made in this game is on the under. I took the under of 51.5 is the number that I got it at. Right now, I can see it at BetMGM 50.5 minus 110 value. But Clemson returned almost everybody on defense. And that defense ranked 15th in the nation with 327 yards allowed per game last year. Georgia was even better. They only allowed 321 yards per game. They were 12th in the nation. I think it's going to be a defensive slugfest. And especially if you look at some of these games already, these offenses all over college football have to knock off the run. Some of these guys didn't play spring football. Some teams did. I mean, even if you take that into account, I mean, we saw Jacksonville State versus UAB, which, I was actually betting on that game. It's a little sad because that game was pretty much over before it started as well. But, Jacksonville State had a full spring schedule. They played a lot of games more recently than not, and they went out there and got just hammered. Like, it didn't even look like they hadn't played a game since 1978. So that's something that we have to do is kind of bring into account that these teams haven't played a lot of football, and also just your day-to-day preparation for a game because of COVID. So, I mean, sometimes you have to go to Zoom meetings. You can't work out with your entire team. Too many guys in the weight room. Where do you eat? You eat with the guys. Travel. All that is just so different now. Yeah. It's hard to handicap, and it just adds another wrinkle to the game. But I will say I'm probably going to lean Georgia at plus 130 value to win this game against Clemson. That's a little lean for me. I know everybody is on Clemson, but Georgia's offense has looked much better with Daniels late in the season last year. I think they returned even more production than Clemson on the offensive side of the ball, which is really what matters early in the year. Is how fast can your offense get going? And I think both defenses will be incredible. I'm going to have to go with Georgia here. I'm not going to take them on the money line. I mean, I'm going to take them on the money line, not to cover the spread, just plus 130 odds for them to win outright. And also I'm on the under. Hopefully, that is advantageous for my pockets this weekend.
I like the under. The more that you talk about it, you convince me right here on the game. I went with Clemson. That was my number one pick. I went Clemson. And I had them at 3.5, so I'm going with that. Let me get real quick a couple other ones that I had as well. I got North Carolina tonight at 5.5. I'm going with them. I'm going with Iowa -3 over Indiana. And then the one that I didn't pull the trigger on, but I want to hear what you guys think about this. Oklahoma 31.5, Spencer Rattler. I think they're just going to unload on Tulane tomorrow.
Man, I like that Oklahoma pick a lot. Spencer Rattler is the real deal, man. And a lot of people, I mean, of course, he's getting respect in the Heisman odds. I mean, he's the favorite to win the Heisman this year. But, man, I really like that pick. Tulane, I mean, it's Tulane. I don't think we have to worry much about that. It's a nice team against Virginia Tech and North Carolina. I'm really on the fence about that because I kind of want to take Virginia Tech. I think I was 5.5. I don't know if I have a great read on it. The Hokies, I think they'll look a little more inspired. A little more inspired performance on defense this year. They give 56 points back when these two teams faced off. Was that October 10th, I believe, in 2020. Sam Howell been remarkable against Virginia Tech in his short college career, though. I mean, in just 2 games versus the Hokies, 605 yards, 8 touchdowns, no interceptions. But if you are going to go North Carolina, then, I mean, that's a reason to do so. However, I think North Carolina, they're still retooling that offense, and Howell comes to this game with some question marks at the skill position. I mean, you could be a great quarterback, but if you don't have anybody to throw the ball to, that's going to be a little bit of a challenge, especially if the Hokies can get some sort of pass rush. And they have this defensive edge, Virginia Tech does, in this matchup. They're opening the season in Blacksburg. I think it's going to be crazy to see some fans there. I mean, it's going to be a true ACC battle. In Virginia Tech.
Ooh. Okay. I smell what you're cooking.
Q, we appreciate you, Brody. Thanks for joining us. We'll talk to you next week.
Take care, Quentin.
All right, that's Quentin Mayo. BetMGM Insider calls are presented by BetQL. Get access to data and insights the sports books don't want you to see. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetQL app or visit betql.com today.
I'm starting to lean towards that Oklahoma one. I might make an extra little bet. Oklahoma, that seems like good money right there. They should beat the hell out of Tulane. And you know, Oklahoma, that's one of them schools that don't care about running it up. They'll get to 56-0 if they want to.
They're going for Heisman's.
Yes.
That's the Heisman fact. That's the quarterback Heisman factory right there. We got Matt George joining us at 3:20. We'll talk some football as well when we return. Lots more ahead here with Dylan with KC on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320. Okay. Oh,
yeah.
Bad.
I got you. Let me reset. Make sure we good here.
The banner. Boom.
Yes, sir. 13th round in the building, man. Before I do that, I want to give a shout out to my people over at Meister, man. They take care of me always on the wrist, man. Big ups to my boy Meister. Shout out to Ryan, always doing what he do, man. But we got to talk a little boxing. And cover your ears, Jesse. Cover your ears, Mr. Tapia, because it got real yesterday. It got real because this boy Caleb Plant unloaded on Team Eddie Reynoso, Canelo, Oscar Valdez, the WBC, all this other stuff. Because the WBC, after Oscar Valdez's second sample came back positive, they said, you know what? Really doesn't matter. We're going to let the fight go anyway. And Andre Ward got in there like, bro, what? The man tested positive. We just going to keep fighting like it's all good? Yeah, that's what they're going to do. Caleb Plant went into that, and he had a number of different tweets, basically accusing shady business with Canelo's team, with Eddie Reynoso, and all this other stuff, man. And he had a couple of tweets that stood out to me specifically, and I just need answers. Okay, I just need answers. That's all I'm gonna say. He had one tweet that said, because remember the argument is always tainted meat or herbal tea in this particular case, and he says, you mean to tell me you've made over $100 million and live in San Diego, but you ate some tacos or a steak at some random ass taco stand in Mexico or some random ass steak, and you just doing that once made your levels that high where you tested positive? And he's talking about Canelo in that situation, but he's right. He's right. Like, you have all the resources in front of you not to test positive. I know this isn't about Canelo. It's kind of about the team Ed Reynoso, because now that's a third person in his stable that has test positive before a fight. But whether it's the meat or the tea, like, you've got to be responsible for what you put in your body. If that's what it is, if that's all it really is, if it's like a mistake of, I ate the wrong tea or whatever the case may be, okay. You got to be responsible for what goes in your body, though, not somebody else. Caleb Plant was speaking truth last night. These guys got to step their game up, man. 13th round. For Plant Canelo, yeah, we can link up. We can link up. I like Caleb Plant, man. He talking that talk, though. He better be ready to fight. He talked because he didn't. I'm sure all that pissed Canelo off. I'm sure it did. So he better be ready to go. Hey man, it's good for the fight, man. It's good for the fight. I want to see the fights. That's all I want. I'm gonna be rooting for Caleb Plant just because I like him. But if Canelo won, I would not care. Like, that's fine. I just want to see the fights happen. Yeah, man. I just want to see the fights happen. That's it. I'm hungry already.
Can't lie, I am too. I just ate a
shot of man. Appreciate you, big dog. My man.
Jesse, is there anything potted up that's normally not potted up? Absolutely. If you haven't downloaded the Odyssey app yet, man, what are you doing? They got exclusive stations that are curated for sports listeners like you. You'll find your favorite artists on Odyssey 2 on the all-new artist radio stations. Lots to talk music today on D-Lo and KC. Odyssey is a great place for D-Lo and KC. It's a great place for music. It's a great place for exclusive stations on the Odyssey app, brought to you in part by Macy's, Geico, and Coke Zero Sugar. Appreciate you hanging out. Matt George coming up an hour from now.
Real quick. So I mentioned a little while ago about how we're doing a D-Lo and KC a pick'em league for the NFL and for college football. The NFL one is just straight up. College football is going up against the spread. It's like 5 games. You pick 5 games on the schedule that week, and that's what we're doing. And I said, it's all wonky right now with the pick'ems and all this other stuff. I can't send out the link. I need your email to send an invite. And I said, at IMKDiddy on Twitter, hit me with the email. You can do it in your mentions if you want it out there. I don't really care. But if you want to do it in the DMs, hit me up in the DMs and give me your email so I can send you the invite. Then Roddy says he can't send it to me because I'm not following him. So there's a couple things here. Number one, I didn't know I wasn't following Roddy. Number two, I didn't know that it's not always that situation, right? Where if you're not following somebody, you can't DM them, or they're not following you.
You can open your DMs. Like, so
I didn't know they ever closed.
I think it's by default closed.
So I have to turn the option on.
You have to turn the option on, yeah, so people you're not following can DM you.
Got you.
That's the way to do it right there.
All right. Well, sorry, Roddy. I didn't even know I wasn't following you, brother.
Whole world, man. Hey, Roddy, I'm following you. I'm just saying. All I hear is, D-Lo. I love KC, but hey, you know how it is.
Hey, man, I didn't know, man. I didn't know. So Roddy,
we family,
at me or something like that, so I can follow you, and then you can DM me and everybody else. I'll try to figure out this whole thing with the DM. But if you want, just put it in the mentions. If you want to be in the league, if you want to be in the pick'em, just put them in there. Make it easier. I'll send you the invite for both of them. If you don't want to join in one of them, that's fine too. So if you want to get in, hit me with the email so I can send you the invite.
There you go. Join the Pick'em League with D-Lo and KC, man. We're gonna have some fun. this football season for sure. Before we dive into football, a couple of quick notes. Did you see who's joining Dancing with the Stars?
I did see
Our
that.
man's in there.
Yeah.
Amon Shumpert. That feels right.
Yeah.
Amon Shumpert Dancing with the Stars. That feels right.
Yeah, I think he's gonna do good.
Yeah, that works. Here's something else. If I asked you, did you see what Tony Romo said? Would you know what I was referring to?
No, I wouldn't.
Okay. I'm gonna read what he said and take the individual's name out of it, and you tell me who he's talking about. I'm gonna read this quote to you. Okay. I'm probably taking a smidge bit out of context, but I'm still, it's fun. I'm gonna read the quote to you. Tony Romo, I think he is going to be in the discussion as one of the top 3 to 5 quarterbacks in the league very quickly. Within the next couple of years, I think you're going to see him rise. I think he's unbelievable. His ceiling is so high. It's rare for me to say someone has the ability to get in the stratosphere of Patrick Mahomes. But I think this kid actually has that ability. So when you have a quarterback like that, I think there's no telling how good you can be.
Damn.
You can make up for a lot of weaknesses in a lot of areas for a football team. He even said, I think he's going to turn this franchise around. That may be the hint that you needed.
Well, kind of. I had three names in my head.
Okay.
Justin Herbert.
No.
That last one kind of threw this one off, but I was going to say Josh Allen.
No.
And then
Speaking
my last
of,
one
we gotta get to that.
My last one was Trevor Lawrence.
No. You want to keep guessing? Because I'm genuinely curious when you would actually name who he's talking about. He's talking about Zach Wilson.
Oh, my God.
He's talking about Zach Wilson.
Man. Zach Wilson had some good performances in the preseason. I will give him that, but I don't know. Maybe I know how people feel when I say Trey Lance and Patrick Mahomes in the same sentence.
This is just his assessment of a young quarterback. He thinks highly of him.
Wow. Maybe he's right. He's seen a lot more football than I have.
Zach Wilson. I mean, it's going to be wild when Zach Wilson turns 15, man, and catapults through puberty. It's going to be crazy. He could be a great quarterback. I mean, that kid. I don't know like what parents dropped him off at the draft, but no, he seems to be. It sounded like
the picture when he took the picture with the rest of the draftees.
That's all I'm thinking about. That's all I'm thinking about. And he's looking around like, where did my mom drop me off at? I don't know what to do with these guys. Looks very uncomfortable. Zach Wilson legitimately looks like a child.
Yeah.
Hey man, but that doesn't mean he can't play football.
Maybe I didn't see that at all. I've never saw that about him, but Tony Romo might be 100% on point. I don't think he's going to be bad, so it's not crazy for him to say that. It's kind of crazy for him to say Patrick Mahomes, but
stratosphere of Patrick Mahomes.
That's a little wild, but like I said, I've looked at Trey Lance and been like, he's got the tools to possibly get there. So I'm sure a lot of people, the Riches, the Pinos, they're like, you're crazy, Kenny. You are out of your mind for saying that about Trey Lance. So
what do you think about Trevor Lawrence? Do you think Trevor Lawrence is gonna?
Yeah, I think he's gonna be good. I think he's gonna be good. I think he's gonna be a good quarterback.
You know who might be the best of all of them if his
he's
coach
gonna be even better.
Dope.
So I'd say he's gonna be even better when he gets a new head coach.
Well, I wasn't referring to Urban Meyer.
No, I am. You see, he's already got people pissed off. They already don't like him in Jacksonville.
No, what'd he do? I saw the vaccination thing, but I think he pissed off the Players Association.
No, they're like,
I think college
there's rumblings already that they're not buying into Urban.
I think college coaches have a really difficult time with accepting you're not the guy here. Like at Ohio State, at Florida, you're the guy. You are the man. In football, in the NFL, no, you're not.
You're not. Simple as that. Know your role, jabroni.
That's it. That's kind of it. There are very few coaches in the league that are eye to eye with the players. Very few. And I don't think there are any that are above. You could argue Bill Belichick, but I don't know. I guess Bill probably is. I don't even know. Like, the next name I would think of is Pete Carroll. But Pete Carroll, I feel like, is eye to eye. And if push came to shove and it was Russ or Pete, Pete.
Yeah.
Appreciate it, bro. See you next time.
And then to your point, though, these are guys with cachet. Urban Meyer ain't got no cachet in the NFL.
Absolutely not.
He ain't no kid on the block. Yeah, if you got some of them rings and some of them trophies hanging in the front office, yeah, you are bigger than what's going on. Urban Meyer, nobody cares about your little sorry national championship with Chris Leak. Get out of here.
I think he got one with Ohio State.
Yeah, with Troy Smith or something like that. Or what was his name? Barrett?
No. Yeah. No, the kid who went to the what was that kid's name? He's like, we don't go to school to play college.
Jones.
Cardell Jones. Thank you.
Jones.
Jeez,
Yeah.
Cardell Jones.
Yeah.
Cardell Jones played like one game and had to hold a press conference that he wasn't going to the NFL.
And that was the wrong decision.
And he probably should have gone to the NFL.
I remember with my homeboy at the time having that discussion. I was like, hey, I'm all for education or whatever. He needs to go now. If he has people telling him that he could be like a second rounder or a late first rounder, like, go. There's only bad things that could happen from here on out. Like, it's not going to get any higher. Go. But that's actually a pretty good story because it didn't happen for him with football, but he really ended up valuing the education, got his degree and all that. He did
get his degree.
Man.
I can't remember if it was the XFL or the AAFL.
I think it was the AAFL.
Okay.
That's where it was.
916. By the way, you mentioned Josh Allen. I got something for you. I want to get to Craig first, but I got something for you on Josh Allen. 916-349-1320. What's up, Craig?
Oh, what's up, fellas? Happy Friday. It's been a while. D-Lo, KW, you know what I'm saying? Everything's good today.
Who the hell is KW?
You, man. Remember? Hey, Walton. Bring it back.
I don't remember that, Craig, but I guess I'll wear it.
Anyway, so real quick, I totally thought you were talking about Justin Fields right there with that comment from Tony Romo.
Yeah.
I thought that's where he was going. But teams-wise, I think if you give it's weird to say this, but I think if you give the ability for nobody to miss a shot, now we got something with it right there.
Now that could be a winning football team right there. That could be if every player on the floor shot 100%. That'd be a good call right there.
Now we're in. And then lastly, I want to say congratulations. I didn't get a chance to chime in on these week this year, but I want to say congratulations on that. And again, really enjoy the show.
Thanks, man. Brother. Appreciate that, Craig. I feel like
flight, man. Appreciate you.
I feel like it's only like Craig should have to call every Friday because it makes sense. Craig calling on Friday, like it works. Top flight security.
I gotta get some drums on.
By the way, when I mentioned the coach or the player the quarterback that I think could be better than all of them if their coach wasn't a dummy, you launched in the Urban Meyer tirade. It was actually the coach I was referring to was Matt Nagy. The quarterback I was talking about was Justin Fields.
Whew, yeah.
You talk about offensive line all you want to. I'm telling you, I'm feeling a Tommy Savage situation here. I'm feeling, and I always say that, and I'm not 100% sure it was Macho Man Tommy Savage, but whoever it was the guy Bill O'Brien said, "That's my starter right there. One half of football down after week 1. Deshaun Watson. That's my starter right there." That was the moment I knew. I only thought when he named, I think it was Tommy Savage, the starting quarterback.
Yeah.
I thought Bill O'Brien should have been fired. When he made when he had all of training camp to make that decision and still went with Tommy Savage and saw one half of football and thought, nope, it's Deshaun Watson. That was the moment I knew Bill O'Brien's ass got to go. He got to go. Like, got to go.
Oh, man.
Josh Allen. Talk about Luka Doncic earlier.
Oof.
Josh Allen is the Nikola Jokic of the NFL.
Oh, that's a good call.
Josh Allen, like, type in your little Google right now. Is everything okay at the house?
Yeah, that's just the gardener.
Oh, okay. I'm hearing sirens. I'm like, hey, yo.
That's the weed whacker
breaking into the
like
compound. Like, what is happening over there? Search Josh Allen MVP. Oh, you'll find it.
Oh, wow.
Josh Allen puts up an MVP performance in the third preseason game of the season. Like, no, let's not do this. Like, they're trying to speak it into existence.
Now, okay. I hear you. That's a good call because I've heard it too. But I'll say this. Josh Allen has a chance to be the number 1 seed in the AFC. The Bills were on that list of teams that I said for real can win the Super Bowl, like 100%.
And let me not, because I know there's this sentiment that I don't like Nikola Jokic. I respect Nikola Jokic. I love Josh Allen. What I feel like they're doing, though, is they're trying to speak this into existence. Josh Allen could have a really, really good season. But because it's been written about so much, it's like, oh, that's the MVP. It's got to be the MVP. Yeah. Like, he's going to be the guy.
They're putting the plan in there.
When the week 1 power rankings come out for MVPs, like, Josh Allen's going to be on top of it.
Yeah, I see it. But
you're right. I think the Bills are going to be phenomenal.
But the difference for me is the Mavs might be in the play-in game.
Well,
they ain't winning no 1 seed or Western Conference or NBA Finals. Yet they're like, come hell or high water, this is Luka's year to win the MVP. They're putting that in the atmosphere early and often.
Yeah, it's out there.
One thing real quick, back to as I look in the chatty house and everything that's going on. A lot of people are saying they either don't have social media or I'm not following them. Look, man, sorry. Okay. Sorry. Just hit me up. You can either put it in the mentions. If you're feeling real comfortable, you can put it in the chatty house chat, or
we're all family here.
Yeah.
Just put it in there.
If you want to get in it, there's ways to get in there. So you can put it in the chat. I'll write it down or something like that. You can go to the Instagram. It's still at IMKDiddy. You don't get blocked in that one. You can DM me there. So
what's your personal assistant's name again?
I don't have a personal assistant.
Oh, I think
McQueen does though.
Yeah, you Kenny Caraway. Kenny Caraway.
Yeah. I'm her personal assistant.
That's called being a good man.
My personal assistant's name is Milton.
I don't get it.
Milton.
Sorry, I was just enjoying the noise of the weed whacker.
It usually comes.
You do the show with the windows open?
Nah, man. Everything closed over here. The air's on.
That's a powerful weed whacker.
He usually comes Friday evening. He came here early. My man Jose. Shout out to Jose. Live right down the street, man. That's my guy. Big Giants fan, so I know he's hyped up too.
Oh, there you go. Okay. Yeah, you'd never let a Dodger fan be entrusted with that.
Like, go to the other block, bro.
Wait a minute. What the hell is he cutting?
Front. We got a lawn in front.
Okay.
Yeah.
I guess you do. I was like thinking, like, wait a minute. What is he doing? What is he buffing the basketball floor? I don't understand.
The job has gotten easier. He used to do the backyard too, but the job has definitely gotten easier. So.
Oh man, that's funny. I want to talk about some 49er things and really some football overall. We just had a couple of quick thoughts on Justin Fields. A couple of quick thoughts on Josh Allen. Again, I think Josh Allen is going to have a tremendous year. I think the Buffalo Bills are going to have a tremendous season. You know who else? Let me ask your opinion on something.
Okay.
Any chance at all? Everything we just said about the Buffalo Bills, Josh Allen, we're 6 days away from football.
Mm-hmm.
Could New England have a sneaky good season? Like, could the New England Patriots be in the playoffs this year?
They could. The reason why I pause is I don't think they're better, obviously, than Buffalo. I'm not sure they're better than Miami. So getting 3 out of the NFC East.
There's room.
Yeah.
There's room, though.
Is there?
Yeah.
Because we think 3 might make it in the AFC North.
That's the problem, though. That's what I was going to get at. That's the problem.
If we wanted to really get crazy, 3 might make it in the AFC West.
We are getting crazy.
You think so?
I mean, because
I've heard some things about Denver.
Okay. So who's the third? That's what I was getting at. The third has to be Los Angeles, then, right?
Yeah, I think Los Angeles is
Las Vegas.
I
know you weren't going to say Las Vegas is making the playoffs.
But hey, to be honest with you, I could see it. Like, obviously, I don't think all 4 are going to make it, but I think that you bring up Vegas, and I wasn't even trying to shade them. Like, really,
it's a tough division.
Yeah,
that's a tough division.
If the Raiders made the playoffs, I would not be surprised whatsoever.
Yeah,
not whatsoever. So to say all that, it's a lot, man. That's a lot for the Patriots. The AFC East to get 3 teams in. Maybe they could do that and just get rid of the AFC South.
I feel
we don't need any of them in there.
Don't be shocked if, like, my line magically disconnects and I'm gone.
Oh no.
I feel like the Dolphins are the team so primed for disappointment.
Well, hey, it's blank in KC today for the rest of the day.
We say that because super producer Jesse's I like the Dolphins. Jesse's a Dolphins fan. I like the Dolphins. I like the makeup of the team. I love that Brian Flores looks like the dad of like every drug dealing teenager in every movie where he's like the reformed criminal and he's looking at his son like, son, you got to do better.
It's
like
Melvin and baby boy.
Exactly. Like, that's like every time I see Brian Flores, that's what I think of. Every single time. And because he speaks with like such firmness and borderline anger in his tone, like, but I love
my kind of coach.
I love Brian Flores, and I'm happy that the Dolphins, but the way that they're talked about, the way that I feel like, man, if there's a team that is set up for disappointment right now, and there's another one, and it's always going to be them, is Cleveland. Cleveland falls short, it's a big disappointment. I feel like if Miami falls short, it's like, it's disappointment.
I think a lot of that depends on Tua.
100%.
If Tua comes out and he's who they hope he is, who a lot of people think he could be, I think they'll be looking at the playoffs this year. But if he struggles, if he plays like he did last year, they're not making the playoffs.
They're not, and I'd argue a lot of that goes on Brian Flores too, because Brian Flores can't coach like he did last year. There's no Ryan Fitzpatrick. There's no jumbling quarterbacks. There's no none of that. And I feel like he's tried to do this, and he's been poked fun of at a little bit. I don't know what people expect Brian Flores to say when the Deshaun Watson stuff comes up. Like, yo, Tua's my quarterback.
Right.
He's the guy on the roster. I'm going to talk about the guys on the roster. I'm not talking about guys who aren't on the roster. Oh, Brian Flores, non-committal. What do you want him to say? Deshaun Watson is a Houston Texan with 22 civil cases against him right now. Like, what do you want him to do? So, like, I feel like he's handling that the best that he can, and I'm hoping that behind the scenes he's telling, Tua Tagovailoa, like, hey, you're the guy, and there's no safety net this time.
Right.
916-349-1320. I know Big Al's feeling good today. As Ohio State Buckeyes got the dub last night. Big Al, what's good?
Yeah. All right, Casey, just calm down. Calm down. I'm not in a superlative, but to be fair, for the defense, which looked, like a tire fire for most of the game, they had 3 guys. One of them, one of their starting bench DBs that was out. So their defense has to get a little healthier, and they got to get that scheme. But, boy, I'll tell you, their running back, woo! They got dudes. They got dudes behind that massive offensive line. So, yeah, I was happy. Now, I want to ask you that, Casey, because I only love you, man. I'm going to fall in love on you.
My man.
Oh, yeah, you know what it is. Boy, this weekend is huge.
That's what I'm saying.
If the Giants get swept, that is a tire fire. That would be rough.
That would be all bad, man. If the Giants were to get swept, that would be 8 of 10 that they would have lost. That'd be nasty, right? So that would be a free fall. So let's not hope that happens. They got to win the series one way or another, and nobody wants to bring this up. Nobody wants to talk about this. What if the Giants sweep the Dodgers? What about that? Could propel them. I'm ready for that.
It could propel them to another 25 games in the season where they've got to pick. The fact is, it starts this weekend, whether it's the Dodgers or if it was the Braves, or if it was the Padres, or if it was the A's, or it was Bishop Sycamore, or whatever that school was, or program was, or whoever those people were, whatever. They have to. It started yesterday. They've got to get back to that stretch of playing good baseball. A stretch of playing good baseball. It just so happens it's the Dodgers. They've got to play good baseball against the Dodgers. We've seen them do it this year. I was nervous after a couple of series against them. We've seen them do it this year. I think that they're good. I think they're good. I'm not going to overreact either way. Win or lose, I'll have a problem if it's 3-0.
Oof. But
I'm not going to overreact either way.
So I mentioned it earlier, 1997. We all know how it went down. It was a Tuesday and a Wednesday, by the way. I got that right. Or excuse me, a Wednesday and a Thursday. But Giants, Dodgers, Candlestick Park. The Dodgers come into that series up 2 games. That started on September 17th. Giants win a 2-1 game on Wednesday night, and then the one of the all-time moments in the history of Giants baseball, San Francisco Giants baseball, Brian Johnson with the big extra inning win, extra inning home run to give them the 6-5 win, and that tied the NL West. Giants didn't look back after that.
Okay,
they didn't look back. They played another 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Not that many games, but 9 games. And they didn't look back after that, ended up winning the division by 2 games. So to your point, 9 games isn't 25.
Yeah, right.
But if you can come out of this one, just winning 2 out of 3, and heaven forbid if you swept, that, or heaven not forbid, if you swept, like
praise the Lord.
Hallelujah. God is good all the time, and all the time God is good. Giants just swept, right? If you could do that, that could propel a team that's kind of leaking oil right now, is kind of running low on fuel, to kind of get their second win, get their legs from underneath them, and bring this NOS home. So big series. Let's go.
Just real quick. Hey, let's go to Mitch, 916-349-1320.
Mitch, yeah,
hey,
get
Mitch,
in here.
I just brought you on real quick to tell you Kenny's not going to talk to you today.
Come on, Ken. I feel your pain. Come on. You're in first place for most of the season. All good things come to an end.
I ain't coming to an end over here. You were in first place. You were in first place for most of Wednesday, most of Thursday.
Right,
wasn't even 24. It was more like 12.
Well, all right. We're riding Harley Davidson. Okay? Get a little moped. It's going to be caught up, all right? We gave you 3 months ago. It's going to be one of the biggest chokes.
One of the biggest chokes. They're up by like at most 4 games. How's that one of the biggest chokes? Jesse, get him out of here. Get him out of here.
We'll step out. We'll come back. We got Matt George joining us at 3:20. Let's stick with football because we're obviously going to talk a lot of Kings with Matt George, host of the great Locked On Kings podcast. Let's talk football. Let's talk make or break seasons for.
I got a question, a football question.
Yeah. Okay.
We've asked this question before. I want to ask this about the San Francisco 49ers.
Okay. I don't know what it is, but we're going to do that next here on Twitch, on YouTube, on the Odyssey app, and on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320. It was actually when Quentin came off. It was just like I was hearing, this is going to sound weird, like air. Like I wasn't hearing like noise. I was hearing more like white noise, back, like just sound, like something was open. But it's no big deal. It's fine. Yeah, it might have been the weed whacker. I don't know. It was fine.
I'll be right back.
It's no big deal. Okay, yeah. I'll do it. I gotta. It's all out weekend. Hang on. Where's the graphic? Hey, get Dave Garcia's graphic. Bang! All right. Big weekend, all out weekend. For those of you who subscribe to the D'Lo and KC podcast on Apple, Spotify, Odyssey, Google Play, wherever you get the podcast from, search D'Lo and KC. If you're a wrestling fan, I added another episode of Relive. This one was about Daniel Bryan and the Yes Movement. And I added that because it appears this might be a big weekend for Bryan Danielson. Bryan may appear on All Out. Now, the belief was, remember, for AEW fans, this is a Sunday pay-per-view versus a Saturday pay-per-view. I guess they're doing that because of the holiday. I really dug the Saturday night vibe, but it's cool. I'm excited for this pay-per-view for sure. I think CM Punk's return match, and then the idea of Bryan Danielson debuting. But they were originally going to do it at, reports, allegedly, rumors, sources say they were originally going to do it at the Center Court show, at the Arthur Ashe Stadium show, and which New York, I think 17,000, something like that. I think they were originally going to do it there, but I think they've gotten concerned with like COVID restrictions, COVID rules, some of the different things that are in place now in New York, and they were like, maybe we should bump this up a little bit. Again, no one has said Bryan Danielson is signed with AEW, and no one has said that they have moved up the timetable for his debut. However, when you start looking around, you start looking at the clock, it's like, all right, we got CM Punk. You've already got the hook of CM Punk wrestling his first match. Okay, that's a big deal. But remember, there's also Bray Wyatt out there. There's also a handful of other individuals that I think have the opportunity to sign AEW contracts and become players. Now, I know a lot of WWE homers, Bryce, talking to you. I know a lot of WWE fans are going to be like, look at this. Look at all. They're just signing all the guys that WWE fires. That's what WCW did. And how'd that work out? Well, it's a fair point. But what's also important is how AEW brings these guys in and how they utilize them. I love that they brought Mark Henry in to do something. I love that they brought Big Show in to do something. But I also love that they're just they're acknowledged as what they are. Like, oh, they're legends. They're background guys. Like, they're going to add a piece. It's nice name value. It's good to have. But they're certainly not like, Macho Man coming over. And we're not talking Virgil here, for God's sakes, or Crush or Ravishing Rick Rude, the manager. Like, we're talking Bray Wyatt. Hell, I guess I'm one of the few guys who is still a little. I think Braun Strowman could probably do something entertaining. I think how AEW manages all of these guys that have been released by WWE over the course of the next probably month. What are we at? September 3rd, probably next month and a half is going to be really important to their future, because you don't want to lose sight of what got you here, and what got you here are the Codys and the Young Bucks, the Darby Allin, the developing of guys, the MJFs, the introducing new characters to wrestling fans. Don't lose sight of that, and I think they'll be in great shape. And it's going to be impossible to lose sight of great talent if we see Bryan Danielson on All Out this weekend. They're absolutely getting my $50, man. I'm excited for that. Boxing fans and wrestling fans, we got Twitch and YouTube exclusive shows available on demand on youtube.com/ESPN1320. You can check out the 13th round playlist where KC covers the latest in professional boxing. And you can check out the house show playlist where we talk about all things wrestling related, including the AEW pay-per-view All Out this Sunday, where there are rumors Bryan Danielson's going to debut. So you can check out our thoughts on that over on youtube.com/ESPN1320. We got running playlists over there. We got playlists of our conversations with Deuce and Mo, James Ham. We also post our interviews with Jason Anderson. We'll do the same with Quentin Mayo, and anybody who takes the time to join the show, like Matt George is going to do coming up in about 30 minutes. We'll shift our attention back to your Sacramento Kings with the host of the Locked On Kings podcast coming up in just about 30 minutes. You said you had a question for me as it pertains to the San Francisco 49ers. I didn't want to lose that. Sometimes we tease stuff and forget.
No. So
sometimes I tease stuff and forget. I teased something like 3 days ago and still haven't paid it off. It's a long tease. Long tease, trying to get you to tune in. TSL, Danny in San Francisco. TSL, baby.
We talk here in Sacramento routinely about this is a make or break season. Kings don't make the postseason, jobs will be lost. And we've said numerous times, don't make the postseason, Luke Walton will be fired. In Santa Clara, 4949 Centennial Way, Are they having those same discussions about Kyle Shanahan? Now, I don't think they're having them about him being fired this year. I think Trey Lance bought him at least a year. This is what I told Kyle Madsen. They're not having the discussions this year. But if they don't make the playoffs this year, he's going to come in the next year with those discussions. Playoffs or you're fired.
Okay. Tear down the fourth wall here. Was that what I was supposed to bookmark?
I think so, yes.
Okay.
Yeah. It was.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, good. Because I had noted that, and I was like, all right. Because you mentioned you had talked to Kyle about this. Like, all right.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree. There's no conversation about that this year. None. And I do think a big part of that is Trey Lance, because right now the question I have isn't whether Kyle Shanahan's job is safe. It's certainly not whether John Lynch's job is safe. It's nothing like that. My question right now today, because y'all tell me otherwise, not just you, though you are very loud when you tell me this. There are a lot of others that say the same thing. Chris Peterman, Kyle Madsen. You and Kyle Madsen, I think you're brothers. Brothers from different mothers.
Yeah, that's my guy.
Kyle and Kenny. Y'all love you some Kyle Shanahan.
It's my guy.
The question I have isn't whether Kyle Shanahan is going to be fired. The question I have is, Kyle Shanahan a good coach? That's the question I have. And I don't think it's an outrageous question. We saw him get to the Super Bowl. Yes, we did. We saw him get to the Super Bowl with a really good roster. Yes, we did. We saw that roster get decimated last year and things go the way that they go. Yes, they did. Right now, circumstances be damned. There's one season out of his seasons with San Francisco that's an aberration, and it's the good one. The bad ones are the norm. I need to see him, and I do think with complete context, he did a pretty damn good job last year. I mean, given everything that happened, given the the disaster at the quarterback position or specifically the backup quarterback position after Jimmy Garoppolo went out, I'd argue he did as best as he could. He probably did a bit above and beyond. But you still finish with a bad record. And there's not going to be all of these notes about, well, they lost Bosa in week 2, and then they lost Jimmy Garoppolo, and they lost this and they lost that. No, they're going to see a 6-10 record or whatever it was. That's the record. That's in the books now.
Right.
And so my question, especially if they fail this year, is, again, I think there's 0.0% chance he gets fired.
Right.
Or anything close to it. Or even there's a discussion about him being fired. My question is he a good coach?
Yeah,
a good head coach. That would be my question.
Coach.
Okay, well, I need to see it then.
I need to see it. And this is what I said, and Kyle felt the same way. He has to make the playoffs. I think he has to make the playoffs this year. He's not going to be fired if he doesn't. Yeah. But that will set the table for if he doesn't make it the following year, he will be fired. And as much as I like Kyle, as much as I believe in him, as much as I think he's a good coach or, potential great coach, genius on the offense, all this other stuff, the bottom line is you can't just not be making the playoffs. That just can't happen. I can believe in you. I can like in you. Things can be circumstantial all they want every single year. You can't just be not making the playoffs. You know what I'm saying? People talk about even on a smaller scale, Luke Walton and all this other stuff. I don't think Luke Walton sucks. I don't really know what I feel about Luke Walton. I don't think he should be fired. But it's clear as day to me. You don't make the playoffs this year, you have to go. Bottom line is all that matters in a lot of these situations. And the bottom line for these two franchises right now is being in the playoffs, being in the postseason. So he's got to do that. I think he's got to do that this year. They didn't make the playoffs this year. That's inexcusable. They should make the playoffs this year. And it'd be a big failure if they didn't.
I got a follow-up. I want to ask you, but I want to get to TC first. 916-349-1320. TC, what's happening, baby?
Oh, man, I ain't called in a while, man. What's up with my two brothers?
What's
Great
up,
to hear you, fam.
My mans.
Yes, sir. Look, we're going to keep it real short and sweet. Kyle Shanahan, if he stunts the growth of Trey Lance and does not play Trey Lance this year, then he has to go. Because then at that time, he's letting his ego get in the way. And sometimes Kyle Shanahan, a lot of the time, he can let his own self get in the way. So if he stunts the growth of this guy that we traded up all this draft capital to get at number 3, he has to go, bro. He has to.
So let me ask you, TC, let me make sure I got it clear. Do you feel that him not playing Trey is stunting his growth, or is it just, hey, he cannot play him, he could be developing for next year? Because regardless of and I agree with you, he can let his ego get in the way sometimes. This is his guy. This is who he tied his whole San Francisco 49ers career to, is Trey Lance. So are you just saying he has to manage him the right way? Is that what you're getting at?
I'm saying he has to manage him the right way this year, Kenny. I'm telling you.
He got to play this year?
He has to play this year, and he has to manage him right next year. We're not waiting for next year, Trey Lance, 2 or 3 years down the line, he's ready. No, he's ready now, bro. You have to play him. You don't do all that. You don't. So if Kyle does not play this guy and he wants to sit him on the bench for like 2 or 3 years, he has to go, bro.
I don't think that's
it's a year max, TC.
Yeah, I don't think
Trey Lance is starting quarterback next season for sure.
Have a great weekend, TC. Yeah, we appreciate you, Brody. So that's actually a great call from TC because it ties into the question I wanted to ask you. Now, Kyle's. I don't know if we're seeing a 2 quarterback. I don't know what we're getting from Kyle Shanahan. He's not naming a starter. He's saying we could figure it out. He said I'm not naming starting punt returner either, but you can figure that out too. He's he's chuckling and laughing at the whole thing. So like that's cool. Like people find Kyle Shanahan charming and they love it. That's fine. Let's operate under the assumption, and you tell me if this is fair. Week 1, first snap, first series, Jimmy Garoppolo's under center. Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. Here's my question for you. And it ties into what TC was talking about. What if Jimmy flops? Like, what if Jimmy? And I know you don't think that he is, but I'm asking, what if Jimmy is just bad? He's not injured. What if he's just bad? How much of that reflects on to any? And whether it's we're trying to do this 2 quarterback system, or we're doing this, or we're doing that, or maybe he sticks with Jimmy Garoppolo a little bit too long. Maybe he sticks with a 2 quarterback system too long, or whatever exactly his plan is. Because I don't think we're going to see anything as extreme as we saw in that Raider game. I don't think we're going to see that. I don't think we're going to see Trey Lance running on the field and then Jimmy Garoppolo running off and then vice versa, and that happening, multiple times during a drive or multiple times during a quarter. I don't think we're seeing anything that extreme. So how do you evaluate Kyle Shanahan as a coach if the guy you named as a starting quarterback just goes out there and flops? And I'm talking about Jimmy Garoppolo. I'm not talking about Trey Lance. If Jimmy Garoppolo goes out and flops, how do you evaluate Kyle Shanahan for that? Because to me, that falls on him.
I mean, so why would it fall on him?
How did you not know? You have options. This isn't CJ Beathard. It's not Nick Mullins.
Oh, well,
the reason guy you got from all we've heard, Casey, you've got your guy now. You've got your guy, which is Trey Lance. What do you if Jimmy fails? What are you waiting for?
I think I could be alone here. I'd be shocked if Jimmy was a complete flop.
I would be too.
But I say that to say, you say, how would you not know? I mean, I don't see that coming. You know what I mean? So Kyle probably couldn't see that coming. He could probably be like, Jimmy is not, the kind of guy that we want. But, worst case scenario, he's going to be all right. Like he's going to move the offense. He understands he's going to be all right. I bet in 100 years, he wouldn't think that Jimmy would flop. So that's why I'm saying, like, how could you not see that coming? Because I don't think anybody really sees that coming. They think he might get hurt. They think, his ceiling might be kind of low, but just to like flat out stink, I don't know if anybody could see that coming today.
Okay.
Especially with all them weapons too, man. It's kind of hard to stink with all those, with the weapons they have on the offensive end. They got a lot on the offensive end. They're stacked.
They do. I'm a broadcast journalist.
Yeah, it's a question. It's all good.
That's all I'm doing.
That's all I'm doing.
You're listening to D'Lo and KC on ESPN 1320 KIFM West Sacramento, KRXQ HD2 Sacramento, and Odyssey Station, and driven by Lashers, Elk Grove Dodge. He's Kenny Caraway. I'm Damian Barling. We're thrilled that you're here with us on twitch.tv/ESPN1320, youtube.com/ESPN1320. If you're into video, go subscribe to both of those channels. Pick and choose which one you watch us from. Hit the like button too if you're watching on YouTube, Casey.
I was just going to mention 209, David Garcia brings up, this is the question or the dilemma that needs to be asked. You judge the coach. He says you judge the coach on how long he sticks with Jimmy if and when he flops. And I do agree with that. If Jimmy's just out there stinking it up and he stays with them 2-3 weeks longer than he probably should have, that's something that could be on Kyle's head. You know what I realized real quick? While I was like trying to get your attention, I wanted to say something. Got this blue pen. Get this the hell out of here.
Wow. Yikes. I think you're going to get a talking to for throwing that pen the way that you did.
I don't think she's here.
That was an aggressive, like I heard it land. Woo. Oh, no wonder you threw it so aggressively. All right. Shams tweets the Detroit Pistons will waive DeAndre Jordan, allowing him to become a free agent. Sources said Jordan is giving back just $4 million in a buyout of the remaining $20 million. Woo! Good work if you can find it.
So they talk about
so DeAndre's going to the Lakers.
Yeah. We're on the same page.
Yeah, that's okay.
Okay. Lake show.
Silly.
Although that doesn't really even make any sense. Like what
are they doing? Like now I'm looking at Rob Plank like, bro, what are you doing? Like, are you trying to, like, now it's a gimmick. Like now it's the NWO and not like the Hall Nash Hogan NWO. It's like the NWO with Virgil and Crush and La Parka and all those other guys. Like it's that. It's like that. No, now we're gonna have two different versions of the Lakers. Like we'll have the Wolf Pack version and the black and white version. The hell is this? This is getting goofy. This has been past goofy.
Yeah.
Carmelo Anthony, Rajon Rondo, DeAndre Jordan, and I don't mean goofy and like, oh my God, they're so good. I mean, like, you're not putting together a competitive roster in my mind. Like, how many games is DeAndre Jordan going to play for the Los Angeles Lakers should he choose to sign there? How many games is Rajon Rondo? How many? Do you think he's going to last 82?
If he's the backup center, he might. I don't know.
How many games is Rajon Rondo going to play?
Yeah, it's probably 70 something.
We talk about Rondo funny, man. I know. I feel like
this last week. What you mean by that?
I feel like what the Lakers did, and I'm okay with it if you're willing to do it. I feel like what the Lakers did, and I don't remember what the contract was for Rondo. I feel like they basically just hired an assistant coach who could be on the floor with them. Like, because are we really hanging on to this thing that Rondo is an elite point guard in the league?
Oh no, absolutely not.
So like what are we talking about? Like we always kind of react when Rondo signs somewhere. Like, where did Rondo start the season last year? Do you remember?
Atlanta.
Anybody? Bueller?
Atlanta.
What did he do in Atlanta?
Nothing.
What did he do like he was on the Lakers team that won a championship, right?
He played really well with them in the bubble. I probably got him an extra 2 or 3 years in the league.
And it really might have. I think we said that too.
He was balling in the bubble. I can't even front on that. And
are you holding him out to the playoffs? Are we going to ride the playoff Rondo gimmick?
Maybe so. I don't know. But you also look at him. See, I don't look at him as a starting point guard. I look at him as a backup guy. Give you minutes if he's got a good handle on what's going on in the game. Maybe you keep him out there, but. Yeah, I don't know.
Is this Lakers team successful?
Yeah, they're going to be a championship contender.
Are they a championship contender because of LeBron James, or are they a championship contender because of this roster? I'm not buying this roster, and I like Melo, and obviously my favorite player is now a Laker, so that sucks. I guess like I don't care about that Laker King stuff as much as everybody else does. Mm-hmm. I was far more hurt with Russell Westbrook being a Rocket than I am him being a Laker. I just don't like the makeup of this team. I just don't get it. Like, where are you getting the bulk of your minutes from?
It's kind of feast or famine. Like, it's either going to really, Trent Dilfer, it's either going to work or it's not.
Oh, there it is. Yeah, you can't lose games in the NBA and
Speaking
still
of,
win.
did you see your man's?
I did the video.
Jeez,
That's your boy.
What the hell is wrong with him?
That's
You
that.
need to go coach Bishop Sycamore.
That's good. That's good, strong coaching right there. That's what it is. That's well, these kids don't know what it's like to be coached the right way. That's trash.
Yeah, that's big trash. But back to the Lakers. I mean, I see the holes. I could see where they could have a problem, and you know they pretty old. They could be fragile. You know, injuries. They're already fragile with AD out there. Could be fragile again with older guys. Westbrook's not that old, but Carmelo,
No, he's
LeBron,
definitely not.
you know what I'm saying? Yeah, it could be an issue. But I just look around and I'm like, who's definitively better than them in the West?
Yeah, that's it.
To deal with.
That's another thing. Like, even if we're talking regular season, I don't care what Utah does. I don't care what Denver does.
Mm-hmm.
The Clippers, I do think the Clippers will be solid. I don't know what that means though.
Yeah.
Because I still, you know, Kawhi's gone. It's not like you traded him away and got assets back. Like he's gonna miss. People have just written off the season for Kawhi Leonard, which I'm still extremely confused about. But like, okay, if nothing else, he's out for a big chunk of time.
Right.
I still think that's a good enough team to perform, and I do think Paul George can be the A1 guy on that team.
Mm-hmm.
But contenders with the Lakers, a healthy. I'll interchange Melo and Russ stay healthy. Give healthy Anthony Davis. I think it rides on those three. Healthy Russ, AD, Bron, they're good.
So let me ask you this. Are they better than they were last year?
Sure.
I think they are too.
Sure.
They were the 7th seed. They played in the play-in and all this other stuff. But I always go back to this because it was such a defining moment of this entire playoffs. They had the Suns dead in the water.
Mm-hmm.
They were about to beat the Suns.
Oh, they were joking, having fun.
They were done. Even the next game, they had the Suns down by 11 late in the second quarter or like midway through the second quarter. They were rolling.
Mm-hmm.
And AD goes down. Drake again. Nothing was the same. All right. They've gotten better from that team. Who after that, like after people believed after if they could get past the Suns, they probably could get to the NBA Finals.
Yeah.
And they got better from that team. So yeah. I don't know. You got your Utahs. You got your Phoenix. Phoenix will probably be up there again.
I'll probably always think the team with LeBron James on it's going to win.
Yeah.
Until I have no reason to believe that anymore.
And the one getting bounced in the first round.
The 1 year first round exit doesn't do it for me. Yeah. Now, if he loses again before the NBA Finals this year, okay, I'll probably be off I'll be off the LeBron James teams are going to the finals or whatever, winning championships train.
Roberto says Phoenix has grown and should be able to take the West. Roberto, I think Phoenix is a good team. I think they were a little fortunate, played a little above their head last year. I
disagree with that.
Take the West, but the West is so up and down. You know, maybe they can make another run.
I disagree with they played above their head, but how did they get better?
I don't think so. I don't think they did much.
They didn't get worse. I mean, they got what they needed, and that was the return of Chris Paul. That was the most important thing that they were going to do this offseason was make sure that Chris Paul was back.
Yeah. I'm just not a believer in Phoenix. I didn't believe in much of this year, but, you know, they end up going to the finals. Mm-hmm. Or maybe I just didn't like them. Maybe that was the thing because I knew they were good. I just wasn't rooting for them. But
so who's more? If you had to pick one team to get back to the finals, which one would it be? Because I know how you feel about the East.
Milwaukee.
Really?
Yeah.
Even with your beloved Brooklyn Nets over there.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah, I'd go with Milwaukee. I think Milwaukee. They were going on our fourth year of Milwaukee, like showing you we're one of the elite teams in the game. You know what I mean? And they didn't lose anything. It's just going to be the same again. And now they'll have the confidence of being NBA champions behind them.
I was going to ask, you got to wonder what that title means for them next year. Like, is it that, like that thirst quenched, like the appetite, like, I'm not hungry anymore, or is it, are you hungrier?
Yeah, I want some more.
Like you starving, like you wanted to get it in, and like you can look around, guys, like they just you got to get that one. You got to have that. Like it's got to be a weight off of, Giannis's shoulders. Get that championship in Milwaukee. So what is it now? It's like, is it get number 2? And of course they all have the mindset of going to get number 2, but it's human nature to be like, it's it's human nature to exhale after achieving something like that.
It's human nature also, Damian, to there could be people that have these thoughts, or it might creep up in your own head and then you can swat it back out. But it don't happen this year. I'm good. I got one last year. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I'm not pressed to get one. To press to get back doesn't typically happen until you lose it, right? So if they were like, we got one last year though, we were able to fulfill that, and then they lose, and it's like, I got to get back. That's where the motivation comes from again. Like, I got to get back. I was there. I fell off. They saying I fell off. Got to get back. So I think Milwaukee, to me. And we talked about it when it was in real time. We said the Eastern Conference champion, I think we might even said the NBA final champion, was that Brooklyn-Milwaukee matchup. Yep. I felt Brooklyn was the only team that could beat Milwaukee. And depending on when they play, the injuries, all this other stuff, if Milwaukee can avoid Brooklyn, it should be going right back to the NBA finals.
If Milwaukee can avoid Brooklyn,
like they'll need somebody to take Brooklyn out early, or something like that. If they meet up, I think Brooklyn would beat them.
Okay,
but Milwaukee beat them last year.
They did that much by that much. But they did
with one of the guys out. But the guy that was out, he's always out. And that's the other thing about Phoenix, right? Chris Paul was about as healthy as we've ever seen him. And I hope that continues. But and actually he wasn't even really healthy because he got hurt. Did you see I think they said surgery. He had surgery on his wrist after the season. So I remember everybody was like, what's wrong? He's not right. He's not right.
Yeah.
They said he had surgery on his wrist.
Did LeBron have surgery on his eye yet? Could someone look into that? Hey, Alexa, did LeBron have surgery on his eye? Could you ask her? I don't know why I asked Alexa and not Siri. I don't. Steph, if you're full of crap was a look, it was the look that Steph gave LeBron. It most definitely was. And it's the look I often give Matt George, host of the Locked On Kings podcast. I thought it was a solid transition. Matt George joins us next to talk Kings basketball here on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320.
Let me make myself feel good here and just watch Brian Johnson's home run.
I just want David to know I saw it. David sent you an email.
Sent me an email?
Yeah, no, he wants to be added to the list.
Oh, I think I got his email on here.
No, it's on the screen. It's on the screen.
Oh. Well, I already wrote it. Oh, okay.
Email the man, would you? Would you email the brother, please? Make sure he's good to go.
Come on,
bringing our man match. Hey, wake up, Matt.
Matt George, hold on 1 second.
Okay, dude. Will you stop it?
Hi, guys.
You're such a dork.
What's up?
What's up, Dad?
If we have a baby crying during the show, it'll be awesome.
It'd be likely.
No, he's a good kid.
So it's going good so far?
It's going good. It's going good. He's we've been very blessed. He for the most part sleeps through the night. Only really gets fussy when he gets cold or hungry. So he takes after his mother. He's a lot less whiny than I am.
Oh, thank God.
As you know.
Thank God.
What's up, man? Listen,
I can't find your Your nameplate. Where's your nameplate?
I don't need a name.
Congratulations.
You were just on
Dan,
Oh, I know why. Because you were on the show with just me. That's why.
Hey,
We had a different setup.
because KC was ducking me or something.
Never.
Ducking me like Lonzo.
Hey, I got a question, Matt. Is it possible for the Republic to make the playoffs?
Yes, it is. They are only 4 points back of a playoff spot, which 4 points can change really quickly. And they're only 7 points back of second. So a couple wins and a draw and suddenly, and a little bit of luck, suddenly they're right there, but they have not played well enough at all this season. They keep dropping points. At least their losing streak stopped, so they're drawing matches, but they had a 2-0 lead against LA this on Wednesday, and they got lucky to get a point when they tied. They then gave up 3 straight goals and then tied it in like the 80th minute or 90th minute, something like that. So yeah, they're just woefully inconsistent, unfortunately.
I'm having a hard time locking in on the Republic because
Pun intended.
Nice.
We talked about this, I think on Twitter, but that MLS thing is not happening. It sucked the life out of me.
Yeah, so I understand that completely. And with my former employer, I was actually working on an article that I never finished, that never came out. Oh well. And it was an article talking about like I understand people being frustrated with MLS and that falling through, but what got MLS's attention in the first place was the city, how they responded to the Republic and how they welcomed in the Republic, and that has kind of dropped off obviously since the MLS news. So part of me says, like, if you want to convince MLS that this is a better place than Vegas or wherever the hell else they're looking, San Diego even, I mean, show up and keep supporting. And the quality of soccer is significantly better than when the Republic won the championship. The Republic won the championship their inaugural season because the rest of the USL sucked. Now the USL is really, really good, especially like a team like Phoenix, who's first in the Republic's division. I mean, Phoenix is stacked with talent. And the Republic themselves have some good international talent too. So they're still very much worth watching in my mind. But winning would obviously help.
I got them recorded on my DVR. Every time a game comes on, the series is set to record. They're already on there, but it's just.
What about getting out to a Heart Health Park, man?
MLS, actually.
You got to get out to Heart Health for a match. It's nice out there.
Man, how many home games they got left?
Handful.
Absolutely. Odyssey 1320 AM, or you can head over to twitch.tv/ESPN 1320, youtube.com/ESPN 1320, and see the handsome face that joins us now, the proud new papa and the host of the fantastic Locked On Kings podcast, which is available on our Odyssey platform or wherever you get podcasts from. Matt George.
Hello.
Matt George in the house.
How much sleep have you got in the last week or so?
Honestly, I was telling you before we started, we've been blessed with a very well-behaved baby, meaning he takes after his mom and not me. He sleeps. We get on average like 5 to 6 hours a night, which we've been told is phenomenal by other new parents or current parents out there. So not complaining at all. I'm happy with what I got.
That's some good stuff. That's some good stuff for sure. Reese was pretty good with that too. I don't have any horror stories from him not sleeping through the night.
I am on diaper duty though, like full time. I told my wife that is something that I can take off of your plate for a while you recover, and I regret making that deal. But,
what a husband!
Yeah, I do what I can. Changing diapers or talking about the Kings. Rough.
Well, I mean, they can both stink at times, so that's. I mean, and here we are, and I feel like that's a perfect segue to how some people feel about the Ben Simmons trades talks. It's a dirty diaper, or it's the greatest thing ever. Obviously, there's these conversations have been exhausted. I know you talked to Keith Pompey the other day on the Locked On Kings podcast. Of course, Keith Pompey was the one who got the news that kind of cut the legs out from the Philadelphia 76ers and showed the world that, Rich Paul and Ben Simmons, they're about tired of of how long this whole process is taking. What else did Keith share with you about his conversations with his person he had conversations with?
So one of the first things I asked him was, he reported that like Ben wants to go to 3 California teams where obviously there's 4, and we all assume that the Kings were the 4th. And I asked Keith for clarification on that, and he said he did. It's probably bad reporting on him because he didn't ask a follow-up question on if the Kings are the 4th. But he did say that he felt, having watched Ben Simmons, a lot of what James Ham had told me on my podcast, a lot of what James Ham had told the two of you when he was on with you a couple of days ago. Keith seems to believe that Sacramento would be a really good spot for Ben Simmons. And he mentioned not just the fact that he'd be going from major market Philadelphia to a smaller market where he can kind of rebuild his image a little bit. He also would have the benefit of playing with ball dominant, scoring dominant guards and would have less of a scoring role than what he has in Philadelphia. And Keith believes that would be more of an ideal fit for him, where he can be a facilitator, he can be a primary ball handler, depending upon what your rotations look like. Of course, there are question marks about him spacing the floor, but if you put him out there with guys like Tyrese who can shoot, De'Aaron Fox has showed the ability to space the floor, Terrence Davis as well, assuming Buddy Hield and Marvin Bagley are moved in the deal. There are options out there. So I thought it was interesting that Keith thought that Sacramento would be a good fit. He also shared that he thought if he had to put his money on it, that he would pick Portland as the destination that Ben Simmons is going to land, but not for Dame. It was going to be something, of course, along the lines of CJ, but also I don't know if he was aware of, James Ham described the Portland Trailblazers pick situation right now, and Portland can't exactly offer a lot of picks because of their situation, unlike the Kings. So what do the 76ers want? Do they want a win now piece like CJ, who could, I guess, be a complementary piece of Joel Embiid who can space the floor, or do they want draft capital, which the Kings can offer a bunch of?
They want both, I think.
Yeah. But and then
which is why they've been shut down.
But they can get both from Sacramento. They can get multiple first rounders, and they can get the floor spacer and Buddy Hield. And I know everybody rolls their eyes at the idea of Marvin Bagley being a prospect still with high upside, but he's still a prospect with high upside, assuming that he can stay healthy. Although I question what Team Bagley and Marvin are going to deal with in Philadelphia if they're running Ben Simmons out of town. So, I mean, Philly can get both theoretically from Sacramento. They're just not getting a sexy name.
I feel like the package that a lot of people have talked about, whether, the universal one we have on here of Bagley, Buddy, maybe 2 picks, pick swap or whatever the case may be. I think that's a pretty good deal considered what I believe is going to be out there for Ben, which is not much. Like when you look at the market, or you kind of look around at what the market could be for Ben Simmons, I think that potential Kings deal is almost about as good as it gets.
Well, D'Lo, I think you said this on your show maybe yesterday, or it was the day that the Sam Amick article came out. And as much as I love Sam and I appreciate Sam, the name Sam Amick, saying what he said, he kind of confirmed what we already knew. So I know a lot of people in Sacramento were afraid of the sentence that Sam wrote, that the Kings and the Blazers haven't talked for a couple weeks. But what is there to talk about? If the Kings and Monte McNair have said, look, it's no Fox, no Halliburton, we're not budging on that. This is the offer we have out there. And Daryl Morey continues to not budge on what he's asking for. What is there to talk about? You pick up the phone, have the same conversation every day, and hang up, and you don't go anywhere. I'm okay with Monte McNair and the Kings kind of waiting it out and playing the long game here, because all of the pressure is on Philadelphia at this point in time. Now, what Keith did point out, a perspective that I thought was interesting that I hadn't thought of, was maybe the reason why the Sixers are holding out so much and Daryl Morey's holding out is he's hoping a team like Portland or maybe Golden State suddenly ups their offer. And then what kind of pressure does that put on Sacramento? Like, so the Kings are saying, hey, let's say Davion Mitchell's not even available. We're not even trading him. And then suddenly the Golden State Warriors come out and say, we'll give you Kuminga, Wiggins, Wiseman, and Moody plus a pick. And suddenly the Kings go, oh God, well, now we have to match that if we really want to add Simmons. So that's how the ballpark can change a little bit. So I think really the Phillies only.
That's how the ballpark changes in Daryl Morey's mind and Daryl Morey's mind only. Like,
exactly.
and that's realistic.
And that's what Keith brought up, right? It's like he's hoping that somebody else somewhere is going to change their package that'll then ignite a bidding war. That's what Keith thinks the Sixers are holding out for, but he said he doesn't think that's going to happen. Ben
Simmons is going to retire a Philadelphia 76er with that line of thinking, because that's just Like there's no like
there's
there's
years
like KC, like Matt, there's no motivation whatsoever for any team around the league to up their offer. None, because they're all reading the same thing. Look at that. Sacramento's not willing to offer Tyrese Halliburton. Look at the Warriors laughed this offer out of the league. Now there's reports that the Warriors aren't even talking about the Philadelphia 76ers and Ben Simmons, and that's all been blown out of proportion. Minnesota's waiting to find out. What's Minnesota going to offer? No. Patrick Beverley clearly showed on Twitter he doesn't know how trades work. Despite the fact he's been traded 3 times in the last 3 weeks, he's not aware that they list all of these Timberwolves. Add that with Ben Simmons, like, nah, it don't work like that. Like, it's not going to happen. So the only way a deal, and I mean, I guess a deal has to get done, Matt, but the only way a deal gets done is Daryl Morey's got to wake up and realize, yeah, this ain't it. Okay, what's my best? And, we use this line here. Look across the league. What's my best Buddy Bagley deal out there? What's the best, in Sacramento, it's Buddy Bagley and this. In Minnesota, it's, I don't even know what. I proposed the New York Knicks. Kenny told me to shut the hell up. I've tried to bring up different. Well, he didn't. That's a slight exaggeration, but he said it didn't work. I'm trying to find a team that works, Matt. And I look around the league and go, this is the best one.
Yep. And I've stayed consistent with that for the last 3 weeks to a month. It's the Kings have the best realistic package that the 76ers can hope for at this point. And Keith also shared with me that he feels that the Sixers are prepared to call Simmons bluff. And then he said that he believes Simmons still won't report to training camp. So the 76ers seem to be confident or comfortable with playing the waiting game to have Simmons' value go up. And in one hand, I respect that because I don't like the what have you done for me lately mentality in the NBA. Ben Simmons, he's a extremely talented player. I know the 3-point concerns are extremely valid and he absolutely flamed out in the playoffs. But former All-NBA defensive player, multi-time All-Star. I mean, he didn't just get those accolades out of charity. Like, he earned those. He's been trending in the wrong direction over the last couple seasons, not getting better, getting slightly worse. I don't know how much of that is on him, how much is on Philadelphia trying to change things. So I understand the arguments for and against him, but going back to your point, D'Lo, like what can they hope for that's better than what the Kings can offer in terms of talent that can help you win right away in Buddy Hield? And I know it's not sexy, but Buddy Hield can help them. They've wanted a player like Buddy Hield for a long time. A young prospect with high upside like Marvin Bagley. Again, I get the undertones there, but he's still a prospect with high upside. And as James Ham likes to point out, draft capital that's probably the safest you can possibly get, which is picks that belong to the Sacramento Kings, who notoriously can't make the playoffs, maybe even if they had a Ben Simmons here in Sacramento. So, I mean, what can you get better? Really, truly, what can you get better right now?
I don't think there's much that you can get better. And I'm not sure what we all know where this is going to lead. It's going to lead to an uninspiring deal from somebody, a lot of time wasted. If Daryl Morey was being smart, and I'm sure Daryl Morey thinks he's the smartest guy in every room that he steps into, so he's always smart. You would take care of business now. Your franchise would move on, you know what I mean, and get focused on the following season, as opposed to having this hang around every living, breathing day that we have with Ben Simmons still as a Philadelphia 76ers. It just doesn't make any sense to me. It really doesn't make any sense the way they're operating things in Philadelphia.
You know, Kenny, I was listening to you and Deuce and Mo with D'Lo yesterday, and you and Deuce agreed on something that I've seen a lot of other Kings fans agree on, and it kind of bothers me, but I understand where you're coming from, and that's the outright unwillingness to trade Davion Mitchell and a potential Ben Simmons deal. And I think the broadcast journalist that is Damian Barling was the one that posed this question. I have a hard time. I even have a hard time saying Tyrese Halliburton is straight up untouchable, although I personally wouldn't trade him in a Ben Simmons deal. But I mean, we're talking about players that have put up good numbers on a bad team that hasn't really gone anywhere. I love De'Aaron Fox. De'Aaron hasn't really done anything yet, although I do believe Fox is going to be a better player than Ben Simmons, so I'm not saying that either. But then we talk about the unwillingness to trade Davion Mitchell, and I get how great he was defensively, but the only thing the guy has done is lead this team to a summer league championship. I mean, we haven't seen him do anything against NBA level talent versus Ben Simmons. We've seen him be an all NBA defensive player guarding some of the best players in the NBA. So I just want to caution fans attaching themselves so tight to Davion Mitchell and things like that. Because if we had this conversation a little over a month ago, we were talking about the Kings packaging number 9 with Marvin and with Buddy going to Philly and getting a player like Ben Simmons without issue. But now that there's a name attached to that number 9, suddenly people have a problem with it. So I'm a little on the fence there.
I hear you.
Yeah, no, that's a great point, but that's what we do. I mean, we're fans. We follow our team closely, so we attach ourselves. And we've talked about this on many occasions. We often overvalue players. Like, yes, we value players with our heart rather than anything else. And we all love Davion Mitchell, and I don't know, I don't know how all that'll shape out, or even if it's something that they asked for, because I don't know what Philadelphia would do with them. In the wild part about what you just laid out, Matt, is I don't know what the Kings are going to do with them yet. Mm-hmm. I mean, obviously, we know that he's going to be a part of what the Kings are going to do, and I think we're all very much of the belief he's going to be a really important part of what the Kings are going to do. But no one can outline what that looks like, and as it stands right now, he's probably not starting.
No. Yeah, and so, I think it's fair to dismiss, D'Lo, the 3 guard starting lineup, unless that third guard is Buddy Hield playing the 3. But I do think we can get a 3 guard rotation in certain spots, whether it's Fox, Halliburton, and Mitchell, which is what everybody wants to see playing together. I just don't, especially as a rookie coming out. Like I know Luke Walton's not Dave Yeager, and Dave says you have to earn those minutes, and I don't give a starting spot to rookies or anything like that. So I'm not saying that's why Davion's not going to start. But if the Kings started those 3 guards on day 1, I would be absolutely shocked, which I don't think they're going to. But what does Davion Mitchell look like as a 6th man for this team? Can you have a 6th man that's more of a primary defensive player than he is a primary scorer? You don't really see that too often. And I still think that Buddy Hield's best role for this Kings team would be as that 6th man scorer coming off the bench. So do you have a rotation of Mitchell and Buddy coming off the bench? I don't know where he plays, but I just have to almost trust Luke Walton, which is a scary thing in some ways. But I have to trust Luke Walton and trust Monty McNair when they both say, look, I think actually it wasn't Walton, it was McNair that said our best players are going to play. I mean, he was asked, I think it was Jason Anderson that asked him on draft night, where does Davion Mitchell fit into the rotation? And McNair's answer was simply our best players are going to play. So we have to wait and see what that's going to look like. But I mean, you can't not have Davion Mitchell on the floor for at least 25 minutes a night. And I would argue potentially 30.
Matt, where do you stand on, because you talk about, 3 guard starting lineup. To me, that's completely off the table for me personally. And I say that because 3 guard starting lineup means Harrison Barnes is playing the power forward, and he's not a power forward. I'm completely out on that. Now, a 3 guard finishing lineup, depending on the matchups, all this, sure, we can make that happen. Harrison Barnes can play the 4th quarter at the 4. But if you're asking him night in, night out to bang down on the low block with these power forwards and centers, that's just not it. We've seen this game go into the tank when that happens. But where do you stand on Matt George, Harrison Barnes being a 4? Do you believe that he could be the 4 and for a winning team?
Well, Matt George definitely can't play the 4, but Harrison Barnes, I think D'Lo and I discussed this when I was on with him last time. I don't have that big of a problem with it. I think his drop-off was less positional and more situational with how he started playing, and he seemed to play less minutes alongside De'Aaron Fox. And I think as injuries started piling up too, Harrison's role changed a little bit to where he was looked to more as a scorer and scored less than when he wasn't looked at as a scorer, if that makes sense. So I think he can play the 4. I would turn around that question with the question of if Harrison Barnes is your starting 3, does that mean Marvin Bagley is your starting 4 going forward? And do you have more confidence in Marvin and Barnes as your 3-4 than you do in Buddy and Barnes as your 3-4, or in certain lineups, Davion Mitchell being one of the 3 guards with Barnes at the 4? I think I almost have more trust in that, just because I can't rely on Marvin Bagley for anything at this point.
I understand that. I definitely would go with Bagley and Barnes at the 4. The ironic thing about all this, and I know you can't rely on him to be in the lineup, but Marvin Bagley, in my opinion, is exactly, or what Marvin could be, is exactly what this team is missing. That's the last puzzle piece to what they're trying to put together right now. and he doesn't want to be here. Like, that's the crazy thing about it. Like, he's needed here. He is a vital piece of what they're trying to do and what they want to do. And maybe I shouldn't say he doesn't want to be here. He hasn't said that specifically, but all signs have pointed towards that. If his team would just understand what's going on here, that could be a huge piece to what this team is trying to do for this season and beyond.
I think that the Marvin Bagley camp in general played the last saving face card they had left, which is also scraping the bottom of the barrel, which is using the Sacramento Kings' image that Marvin has not helped at all, and using their history and playing that against his own organization. Like, it's easy to just blame the Kings and pick on the Kings for things not going right because the Kings have been as bad and inconsistent and terrible as they've been for 15 seasons. So that felt like a desperation play from the very start from Team Bagley, and everybody is just blaming, whether it's Luke, which I understand Luke Walton arguments, whether it's blaming the organization, demanding Marvin needs to be traded, suggesting that it's the Kings' fault that Marvin can't stay healthy. Like, I always thought it was just a very low-hanging fruit type move from them. And I agree with you 100%, Kenny. Like, I don't know where Marvin thinks he can fit better. I also don't know where he thinks he would go that'll give him more of a chance and more of an opportunity in Sacramento. And he's already pretty much burned that bridge in the sense of, I mean, the guy that drafted you is gone. The Kings aren't relying on you anymore. In fact, I would say it's safe to say the Kings don't even look at you as part of their future anymore. They've been trying to trade you since last year's trade deadline. So there's no pressure on Sacramento to make you work. If you do, great. They can potentially trade you, or they find a way to make it work here long term, whether that's a starting role or off the bench, regardless. But the Kings, in my opinion, have moved on with Fox and Tyrese Halliburton as their 1-2 instead of Fox and Bagley, which we talked about for years that never really came to fruition. So, I mean, Marvin and his entire camp have to feel like they're on the back foot. I don't know how they can possibly feel like they're in a position of strength at all. And if I'm looking at what's happening in Philadelphia with the 76ers and thinking, okay, I could go to an organization and play for a guy in Doc Rivers and go to an organization that's had success. But if I continue to be injury prone and if I continue to struggle, that I'm going to get run out of town quicker than Ben Simmons is getting run out of town right now. Like, that would scare the hell out of me versus the long leash that he's had here in Sacramento.
Wow.
So no triple down?
I'm thinking about it. I'm thinking about,
of course you are.
I'm thinking about finding a creative way to do it. So I did kind of a ballad. I did a rap.
That was not a rap, but
it was a rap. It was a rap. It was
it wasn't.
Lyrical. It was very Tekashi 6ix9ine, I think. So I think I'm going to go either.
Well, that's Matt George, everybody. Thanks for joining us.
No,
no, you got. Oh dear God, please stop. That's Matt George, host of the Locked On Kings podcast. No, seriously, like you have genuinely believed Marvin could work out. You're clearly off the. Oh, it's just it ain't it no more.
I still want it to work out because
we all want it to, but.
Yeah, I think I'm less fed up with Marvin than I am just everything surrounding him. And also it's just like, okay, that saga is kind of over and that ship kind of sailed with Vlade being fired in a way. So let's just end it and move on. So I think that's kind of where I'm at. But I mean, hey, at the beginning of last season, I was saying Marvin Bagley was going to win Most Improved Player of the Year award. And I was feeling pretty good when he had one good game against the Indiana Pacers, or he had another good game where he scored 20 in the first half and then scored 2 in the second half or something like that. I don't know.
That was the birth of tantalizing here on D'Lo and Casey.
The Dallas Mavericks game.
That was the birth of tantalized.
So I do think it can work. And I have virtual snapshots in my mind of that Bagley dunk in Summer League in Los Angeles. And that moment, like what we all felt in that arena was, holy crap, finally, this is it. Like the Kings got lucky 2 years in a row in the draft lottery. They get Fox, then they move up to number 2, pass on Luka, but who needs him? They got Marvin Bagley, who just absolutely posterized a Laker. Like, it's the perfect Kings debut. You put a Laker on a poster in front of a full house. Like, it's the perfect Kings debut. So everyone's thinking, man, this is it. Like, this is we've been waiting for this for years. And for it to go how it has is just so deflating and so Kings in so many ways.
Yeah, I would need everybody involved in that situation to smarten up, because Damian's talked about it a number of different times. You just mentioned it again. They both have something the other guy wants, right? Like Bagley needs playing time, opportunity, and he needs a new contract.
He needs a career in the NBA.
Yeah. He can get all that here in Sacramento. Sacramento, you need a power forward. You need somebody that can rebound, that can get their own points, get their own buckets, things of that nature. You got all that right there in Marvin Bagley. If both sides would smarten up, maybe we could get somewhere. But I don't know what's going on with the Sacramento Kings. I can't really speak for them, but from everything that I've seen from Team Bagley, it's just a train wreck. Like they're not using their head.
Well, how about not both sides smartening up? How about Marvin speaking for himself? How about Marvin, whether it comes out publicly or privately, and maybe this has happened, doesn't sound like it has, but how about Marvin sitting down in a room with Walton and with McNair and even Vivek? Vivek can be in there. He's in every room for no reason anyway. And telling them, look, I want to be here. I understand the value. Don't worry about what other people have said. Like, I respect the hell out of De'Aaron Fox for how he has handled his situation with his family and his dad on Twitter. And he said publicly, like, they say their stuff, I say mine. And no one looks down upon Fox for throwing his family under the bus. So why hasn't Marvin Bagley done the same thing unless he agrees with them, right? So let's start there.
Real quick, Matt, to your point, De'Aaron Fox's dad has been in the news since then. Is anybody bringing up De'Aaron Fox? Because he already set the precedent. He said, don't ask me about them. If you want to know something about me, I'll tell you. If they say something, that's all that. So ain't nobody going back. That wasn't even a story on here or anywhere else. Because he's already set the precedent. He already said what it is. But when you don't say nothing, the way Marvin has not said anything, every little thing comes out. It's an issue. I agree 100%.
And D'Lo, going back to my conversation with Keith Pompey, one of the things I asked him at the very end of the podcast was, it's kind of been a narrative here in Sacramento. I don't know if you guys have discussed it, but do the Philadelphia 76ers say no on this Kings package because of Buddy Hield and Marvin Bagley's history with Dave Yeager, who's still on the bench there in Philadelphia? And I asked him if that was just something that we were creating here or something that he thinks carries weight. And he does think it carries weight to some extent. He thinks that there will be a conversation if a trade like this goes down. But he also believes that, look, he's a head coach or he's an assistant coach. Doc Rivers is the head coach. And these are two players that can potentially help the team, that in the end, Dave Yeager would probably lose that battle. But I think that's also something that's important to pay attention to, is those two guys are arguably the biggest names that got Yeager fired here in Sacramento for the disagreements that they had. So
Two things on that, Matt. One, think about that for a second. Marvin Bagley and Buddy Hield got a freaking coach fired. Think about that for a second. The most successful coach that this team has had in like 10 years was fired because of Marvin freaking Bagley and Buddy Hield. But
and Dave Yeager got Buddy Hield paid. I'm just going to say it.
No, that's 100% accurate. We were talking about that earlier in the week. But the other thing with that is, you know, Keith Pompey saying that there's a conversation to be had, and I think the conversation probably goes more like this: Doc and Dave having a conversation. Hey, tell me your experiences, good and bad, with Buddy, because I think the way the conversation ends is, look, like, we have the opportunity to bring him in here. I don't think it's, Dave, are you okay with us bringing them in here? I think it's, tell me your side of this, and I got an idea. Like we think we can make the most of this. Dave wants, I'm assuming, of course, Dave Yeager wants to be a head coach in the league again. Best chance for him to be a head coach in the league again is for the Philadelphia 76ers to succeed. If that's with Buddy Hield on the roster, then I think it's going to work. You know, I mean, it's going to, meaning it's going to work for Dave Yeager. Like, hey, yeah, you're the coach. I'm here. Let's ride. What do we got?
But at the same time, too, does Dave go to Daryl Morey and go to Doc Rivers and say, hey, the baggage that Marvin Bagley brings with him is not just because he's in Sacramento. The baggage is these guys are going to be pains in our asses no matter where he goes, because that's just who they are.
And I think Doc's response is very simple. Fam, you're in Philadelphia. Try it. Right. There's a saying, and I believe the saying originates from the South, which I will paraphrase here for the folks on the radio. F around and find out. Put that on a shirt and Bagley's name on the back. F around and find out. Go ahead, try to pull that stuff you pulled in Sacramento here in Philadelphia. See how it goes.
Yeah, they're out here with the guy on the team having a dumpster going down a lake saying this is our guy.
So ridiculous.
They care less about Marvin Bagley or Big Marv or anything else like that. Your guys' points are well taken, and it goes back to something that I always come back to, especially when it comes to Marvin Bagley. I said all that stuff. They need an opportunity. They need a contract. They need a starting spot. They also need an image rehabilitation. And you're not gonna you can't go anywhere damn near. Like they're trying to move you. Nobody wants to deal with you. You have to rehab your image. And you seemingly can only do that here.
Yeah.
So it's like
it's his best chances to do
it here. Best chance to do everything that he wants to get. Like, right now, how I feel, how it seems to me, talk to a couple people, whatever the case may be. They don't think he's a scrub, but nobody's out here willing to give up anything for Marvin Bagley. Nobody's out here trying to make a deal for Marvin Bagley. You can't go. So what are you going to do? Pout and podcast your way the whole way through the year? Or are you going to take this as an opportunity? You know what? Let me just rehab my entire image. Let me get myself together. Maybe that's what they're doing now because we haven't heard nothing from them. Nobody in a while. But
maybe he realized halfway decent fell a little flat.
Haven't seen one of those podcasts again, by the way. But,
So what does that look like, though, him making the most of his opportunity here? I did a full podcast talking about, and D'Lo and I discussed this. Like, I'm actually more keen on the idea of Buddy Hield being a King, and it sounds like he's going to be a King unless this trade goes down. All signs point to Buddy Hield and Marvin Bagley are going to be on this roster come training camp. And I like the idea of Buddy Hield, whether it's as a starting 3 like James Ham has talked about, or coming off the bench as a primary scorer and still with his elite ability and his just availability. Like we'll take that every day of the week. So, and plus I think he can be a valuable trade chip at the deadline, because suddenly you're trading a guy who has a contract that then goes to 20 million and 18 million for 2 years versus 22, 20 and 18, which the optics of that are extremely significant when you're talking about trade deadline moves. So I'm okay with what Buddy Hield can be with this team. I don't know what Marvin is. Like, I don't want Marvin to be a center, as a starter, even if he's the best option that the Kings have as a starting 4, because I don't want to reward him for anything that he's done. I want him to earn that. I know he can put up points and with his eyes closed because he's just that good, but I want to see him put up points in the flow of an offense on a winning team. I want him to earn the right to be on the floor in the fourth quarter of a close game. So is he a starter on day one just because you have nobody else to fill that spot? Or do you bring him in off the bench, say, get buckets against second unit, put up points, and then we'll talk about you fitting in with this team going forward?
It's a good question. I actually look at it the complete opposite. This may sound harsh. This may not be right. I wouldn't want Buddy Hield around because I don't think we need him. I said a number of different times, Matt, I think Terrence Davis is better than Buddy Hield today. And I know people always go back to Buddy being an elite shooter and all this other stuff. Terrence shoots well enough and does everything else better than Buddy Hield, where I'd much rather have Terrence Davis out there playing than Buddy Hield. I got Davion Mitchell now. You know what I mean? There's no more minutes for Buddy, in my opinion. I don't want him playing at the 3. I don't want that lineup, that 3-guard lineup. To play the 3-guard lineup, you need some toughness, and you're losing toughness with Buddy Hield out there. So I don't want him. Marvin Bagley, and I understand, I get everything that everybody's saying about rewarding him, especially after this summer or whatever the case may be. But now this goes into what I'm talking about with the Sacramento Kings. In my opinion, you need Marvin Bagley. You need him. And you got to win games. You got to win. I know, I understand everything you're saying. You're not in a position, if you're the Kings, and this ain't the time to be teaching lessons. You need whoever the hell is the best player at that spot, whatever spot you're having, to play, and you got to win games.
But I don't know if Marvin's the best player. I haven't seen enough to say. I see statistically he can be the best player, but I don't know if Marvin fits with what this team is trying to do, period. Versus I have more faith in Mo Harkless at that point. I have more faith in Alex Len at that point because I know that they can at least fit in with what this team is trying to do. And we saw a very small stretch at the end of last season when he came back from injury of Bagley getting his points and the flow of the offense, not looking like a train wreck defensively. If I could get that consistently, hell yeah, I'm all in. But he has to show that.
It's the not looking like a train wreck part. I think that's what Matt keeps talking about, what the team is trying to do, It seems clear to all of us.
Defense.
At least, bingo. And that's where Marvin doesn't fit. And I think that's what Matt's pointing out right there, KC, is because we laughed at the faces that Tyrese Halliburton made at Buddy Hield for the shot against the Celtics. Well, let's search the faces that Harrison Barnes and De'Aaron Fox made on Marvin Bagley's missed defensive assignments that we saw out on the floor this year. Like they're out there. I don't know what to search to find that in YouTube, but I'm sure they're out there. We got a couple of minutes left. Matt George, host of the Locked On Kings podcast. ESPN published an article about they took 4 players and they were like, well, add a trait to each of these players that would, make them better, potentially make their teams better. So we kind of took that, looked at the Sacramento Kings and thought, if you could add one trait, one realistic trait to one player on the Sacramento Kings, and you go, that's it. That's the one right there that'll change the trajectory of this team moving forward. What would it be?
I feel like the obvious answer is elite defender for De'Aaron Fox. But I want to get more creative than that. I thought of, until you said the last part there, of change the trajectory. I think like floor spacing big for Rashawn Holmes would be a huge difference.
That came up. Rashawn Holmes hitting threes. That was one that came up a lot in the chat house.
And then how about elite shooter for Tyrese Halliburton? Like if Tyrese could do what Buddy does from the perimeter, but with the high basketball IQ, the facilitating ability, and the high basketball IQ on defense, like then you talk about Buddy not needed now, then he's like completely obsolete. Like I get what you're saying about Terrence Davis, but if Tyrese Halliburton can become a reliable volume 3-point shooter of 37+% from 3-point range per game, or even Davion Mitchell, give him that trait. Buddy, the necessity for Buddy and his contract completely out the window. So I'd probably say Rashawn Holmes, like floor spacer, or Tyrese Halliburton / Davion Mitchell, elite 3-point shooter. That's probably what I'd go with.
Give it to him, KC. What do we settle on?
We went De'Aaron Fox being a 40% 3-point shooter. If he does that, it unlocks everything. It unlocks everything. And our guy, John Bull, he did the math and he said the average will go from 25 to 26, but it's more than that. If he can shoot 40% from beyond the arc, you got to come out on him. So and John is our guy. He's not a big deal, but it's more than just adding the extra point on there. It's okay. Well, now you've got to get up on the fastest guy in the league and try to stop him out there. Now he's going to blow by you. He's going to get a couple more layup attempts. Then he's going to get maybe a little more confidence at the free throw line. All that. If he can shoot 40% from 3, you're talking 25 to probably 28 in that respect. So number one for me.
Can I share with you guys what I'm most excited about for watching this upcoming season? And I think it goes right into what you're talking about. De'Aaron, in his postseason press conference little Zoom call that he had, and it was the first time we talked to De'Aaron in a long time because he disappeared with his kind of COVID issues that he had. One of the things that he said that has stuck with me all offseason long is last season he found out how to be great. Like he could take the team on his back. And when he was playing at that 30, 40 points per game level, not only was he winning Player of the Week awards, the Kings were on win streaks, followed by 9-game losing streaks, as we know.
It's about balance, Matt. Balance.
Exactly.
Win, lose.
He said, on the nights that I'm not great, I learned that I have to be bare minimum good. He says that's what the best players in this league do, is on a night where LeBron James is not going LeBron James status, he still is an easy coasting to 20 points and 10 assists. Like, I'm not saying that De'Aaron has to be LeBron James, although he needs to be LeBron James for this team to win a championship. But if De'Aaron can, the next step for me for De'Aaron is not only on the defensive end, is not only continuing to improve as a 3-point shooter, it's a compilation of everything to where he has those great nights and the team relies on those great nights. But when those nights aren't there, that De'Aaron doesn't just disappear. And unfortunately, like with a player as good as he is, like 15 points, 17 points, that's disappearing. Like you need 20 a night minimum from De'Aaron Fox. And then when he has those supernova games, you ride that as far as you can. But at the same time, too, on the nights where De'Aaron has those 20-point games, Tyrese, Davion, anybody, that's when you guys need to step up and carry that weight, too, especially if you're going to ask De'Aaron to play harder on the defensive end, which is very difficult to do as a star player for 82 games.
Right.
That's Matt George, the host of the Locked On Kings podcast. The new dad. We got to make this more regular. We know you're a new dad. You got a new gig over at ABC. We're gonna have to figure out your schedule, but the training camp's only what was it 25 days away?
Wild.
We got to lock in some Matt George time here on D-Lo and KC.
So I'm happy that the NBA schedule is going back to normal, but I have loved this offseason with how compact it's been from the finals and the turnaround time. I love that there's just such a short gap, but I'm excited for basketball in October. And you guys know, anytime you need me, anytime I have the privilege of coming on D-Lo and KC, I will absolutely do it.
And you're appreciated here, man. I just want you to know that. If you're on YouTube, make sure you hit the subscribe button, hit the like button. Go search out the Locked On Kings YouTube channel as well. Have a great 3-day weekend. We appreciate you so much for being with us. We will be back Tuesday at noon. You got anything else you want to say before we go, KC?
Go Giants.
I'm ready now.
We'll see you Tuesday at noon.
Holla.
We're clear. Nice job, Matt.
Hey, thanks, guys.
Hey,
chat. Why am I not seeing anybody changing their name to me in the chat while I'm on here? Huh? I want to see some of that. I want to see some of that.
Oh, ask and you shall receive. Like, I don't imagine it's going to take too long. Before the Matt George.
I'll even pretend to type so that people think it's me. You can say whatever you want. I'll pretend it.
We've had some good ones in here. We always knew Matt George was lurking in the background.
I've been lurking.
We didn't want to get you in trouble.
There's a few people in here that disagree. They say Buddy is better than Terrence Davis. I disagree. Terrence Davis, number one, I bet in practice, Terrence Davis be busting Buddy's ass and he be locking him up. I think that's number one. Number two, Buddy shoots better. What else does he do better than Terrence Davis?
See, Casey, I'm not ready to say that yet, but what I said pretty much from day one when we started seeing Terrence Davis get significant minutes, and really when the Kings brought in Terrence Davis, I said Terrence Davis is showing the Kings that Buddy Hield it's not that hard to replace him. Like, it's really not that hard. I get the elite shooting, and Buddy can have those nights where everything he puts up is going in. But overall, it is not that hard to replace Buddy Hield, especially with the guy who's making what is his contract now? Like $4 or $5 million or something like that. And Buddy's at 22. Like,
the way Buddy's playing right now, like if he played like he did in 18-19, then sure, like that was a really good Buddy Hield. But I think that guy's gone.
Yeah. With how he played in the Dave Yeager system, but he didn't like that either.
It'll be interesting. Buddy will be an interesting guy to watch this year, no matter what team he's on. If he's on Sacramento, and I'm of the belief he's going to be a Sacramento King. We talked about Marvin not fitting what the Kings are building, but he doesn't exactly fit that either, But
at least we know Buddy can do something versus Marvin.
But the one thing about Buddy that I always just have tremendous amount of respect for, I feel like he works really hard.
Always.
And I just have a tremendous amount of respect for that. Like, I feel like he works his ass off.
Yeah.
Absolutely. And he shows up every night.
I don't know what's going on in the chat. Like, I don't
They're
know
throwing tomatoes for me saying Terrence Davis is better than Buddy.
Oh, okay.
Oh, it's at you? I thought it was at me. Wow, I'm excited. That's not on me.
No, they're throwing tomatoes for that right take.
I tell you what.
Nobody's answered that in the chat, though. What Buddy shoots better? What else does he do better than Terrence Davis?
He doesn't.
Not a damn thing.
He did show an
ability.
ability.
Dear, David's throwing watermelons. Everybody watch out. Watch out. David. Now, David, I think you can do it. I don't want everybody else to take. David, you can get away with it. Don't everybody else follow that, because it becomes problematic. Hey, do you know Steve Kerr's son's name?
Steve Kerr's son's name?
Yep.
Should I know Steve Kerr's son's name?
Well, you're never going to forget it once I tell you.
Okay, I'm in.
Okay, it's Nick.
Nope. Nope.
We had no idea until today. Nope. His name is Nick.
Nope. Not doing
Matt's internet's about to cut out. Matt's like, this show's over. I'm
one of my favorite one of my favorite moments when D'Lo and I worked together at the very beginning when he wasn't trying to kill me was we were sitting in a room. It was like a pre-game or a pre-show meeting or whatever, and we were listening to Kendrick Lamar, and I somewhat knew the lyrics, and so I'm just talking along to the lyrics, definitely not rapping, but trying my best. And one of those words comes up, and I stop, and D'Lo goes just right at me, like, "Go ahead, go." And Ken Rudolph is in the room with me. I'm like,
"Oh yeah, oh yeah." We were both just waiting to see, is he gonna do it?
I did the same thing too when Lupe Fiasco performed at halftime at a Kings game a couple seasons ago. I love Lupe Fiasco. Like "Show Goes On" is one of my favorite songs by him. And I know every word of that song. I love that song. And I was sitting next to Rasan from the Kings, and I'm doing my best to rap along to the song. And Lupe, I don't think censored himself that night. He didn't. He just went straight on through. And I could see Rasan looking a little bit over at me to see how far I was going to go. But I stopped myself.
That's good stuff. DeAndre Jordan's signing with the Lakers.
Oh, crap. Not a surprise. Oh, there he goes. There he goes.
Hey!
Matt Jordan, MJG. That's a great picture. That's a bad name though. I don't like the name. The name is weak. I don't like the name.
Young Mayo.
MJG. Do you watch AEW?
I don't watch it enough, and Verlad yells at me for not. But I will be watching for CM Punk, and I will be as soon as we get off here. I got a Relive podcast to listen to.
Oh, there you go. Okay.
So I got something to listen to, but I mean, I don't follow close enough, so I didn't know that Brian was potentially going to be on. So now I'm extra motivated to watch. But the pop for CM Punk, like, it's been a while. I think the last pop that gave me those big of chills was when Ziggler cashed in on Alberto Del Rio the night after WrestleMania. Yeah. Like that was like the last time I got chills. Maybe it was. I got chills also when the Rock pop when he came back to host WrestleMania.
Sure.
So I don't know if that was sooner or later, but
that was Valentine's Day. I can't remember the year, but I remember it was Valentine's Day.
But that CM Punk pop was so great. I'm getting chills just thinking about it. Like that pop. I wish I could have been there, man.
So that was amazing. Let me ask you. It was an all-time pop. Don't get me twisted. Do you think it's the same in Houston, Texas?
No, it had. It would have been huge in Houston.
It would have been pretty big.
It would have been huge, but no, that
I don't know.
Chicago. Yeah, no, that like Chicago's such a unique place. Obviously, for Punk, it has importance. But you go back to the big Jericho debut. Jericho's debut in 1999 wouldn't have been the same if it wasn't in Chicago. And Jericho has no ties to Chicago.
Right.
It's the fans there.
Chicago's been doing that for every single time WWE goes to Chicago for the last, how long has Punk been gone? 7 years? Every single time you'd hear him like take over the show chance to where I think like 3 years ago or something like that, Stephanie McMahon was doing a promo like at the beginning of the show and they just drowned her out. But she did have a nice bar that was right after he had fought in the UFC. And she made some kind of line like your chance lasted longer than Punk did in the Octagon or something like that. It was a really good line. Yeah. But
I remember the first time they went back to Chicago after Punk left, I thought they did a great job. They knew the crowd was going to go nuts. So they played his music and sent Paul Heyman out there. And Paul Heyman did the CM Punk sit down in the middle of the ring, cut this amazing promo about Punk, and then managed to tie in Brock Lesnar and promote whatever. I don't know if it was Brock. I don't remember what it was, but he promoted something.
So I don't know how rights work in wrestling, period. So WWE at that point, like, does Punk own his Cult of Personality?
You're licensing it.
So he's able to use it in AEW, but WWE was able still to use it even after he left. Like, how does that work?
Because because remember when, or I shouldn't say remember. The first time they were in Chicago after Punk left was weeks. It was weeks after it was like 2. It was really close to the time after he walked out. So whatever rights fees they had for Cult of Personality, they still had them.
Yeah, it was still.
I don't know that they could drop it today.
Yeah,
but I'm sure Punk went to them and said, "You got to pay Living Color because that will get the reaction."
Because what was the deal with that's what it was. They owned Razor Ramon, so he couldn't go to WCW as Razor Ramon.
The character they owned, right?
Right. They never when Punk came in, they never changed his name.
Right.
He was CM Punk before,
but is that why? Does WWE own? I don't know what the song is. The Walls of Jericho, Break the Walls Down, like that entrance. Yep. I love Judas in My Mind. I think it's what it's called. I love that way better than Break the Walls Down. But I wondered why Jericho never brought that with him.
That's
Not that
their
he has
music.
to, but yeah,
that's WWE's music. Yeah. So WWE, there will never be, since probably Nakamura, maybe Samoa Joe is the last one. I don't think there'll be another guy brought in who keeps their name, in their music. I mean, music, they'll always make their own music, but I don't think there'll ever be a guy who's brought in and will keep their name.
They did that Nakamura music, or he came in with that?
No, they did that.
They did that.
Yeah, they did that, which is kind of it's a variation of what he had in.
Gotcha.
Do you know what Shinsuke? Do you know where all of his mannerisms come from?
No, we did them around the house all the time when the music plays.
I always think about very Johnny Depp, very Johnny Depp. I always thought it was when I first saw him. I was I thought he was doing because he had the red coat on. He still wore that red coat in New Japan, and he did the mannerisms. And I always thought he was going for his version of that Johnny Depp type character, but I have no idea.
It's Michael Jackson.
The coat that makes so much sense.
He loves Michael Jackson. Think about his red and black outfit.
The hair. Oh, it makes so much sense.
He loves Michael Jackson. He based his mannerisms a lot of that. The pose that he does, the thing where the music hits and he drops.
Yeah,
that's Michael Jackson posing. Like not that particular pose, but it's the pause that Michael Jackson takes on stage. It's Jericho did the same thing. If you ever hear Jericho talk about his debut in Chicago, when he does the thing, I think Austin asked him about it. Where did you get that idea? He goes, I got it from Michael Jackson. Michael Jackson used to take the stage. You could look at the History Tour. Michael Jackson would show up in a spaceship, right? And the crowd would go crazy. You wouldn't see him. You just see the spaceship. Crowd would go crazy. Boom, the door would open. Michael Jackson would just freeze. He wouldn't move.
Super Bowl.
Crowd going crazy. And then takes his glasses off. Crowd goes crazy again. And he just took all of these different ways
that's what he
to get reactions from the crowd.
That's what he did in the Super Bowl. I think he stood there for 5 minutes.
I have a ton of Michael Jackson concerts on one of my computers. There's one where he's legit standing there for 12 minutes.
Send them to me, please. I seriously want to watch those.
I'll share the hard drive with you. Yeah, no problem.
You know what's weird is everything always comes back to the Kings, of course. I have a very Kings and Michael Jackson synonymous memory because the day that I found out of Michael's passing, I was in the car with my uncle. And we were on the way to Arco, and that was the draft party for the Tyreek Evans draft. And I don't know if that was the same day that he passed, but we remember we were listening to the radio.
It was hours before the draft.
Yeah, we were listening to the radio, and I heard it, and then I remember distinctly being on the way to Arco. So for some reason Michael Jackson and the Kings are synonymous in that way, but I don't know.
Yeah,
I hadn't been on
specifically.
I hadn't been on so I'll never be able to answer this question. For some reason, my TV landed on E Hollywood. And I can count exactly how many times my channel had landed on the E channel. Once. And it was that day. And I saw on the bottom line Michael Jackson taken to a hospital or something. So I go to TMZ. And TMZ was all over it. And so for some reason, I just stayed glued to TMZ and I kept refreshing. And, TMZ reported Michael Jackson died 30 minutes before CNN and anybody else. But I had been away from KSFM for a full year and they called and asked me to come to a show. That's what I remember the most about that day, because it was just like he dies, and it's like, oh my God. My mom called, and then I hung up with my mom, and then my old program director called. He was like, hey, do you want to come do a show? And so I went in and I did a show for like 4.5, 5 hours that day on KSFM.
This is a conversation that completely alienates the chat here, but I listened, and I was lucky enough, Angie played for me the tribute that she put together for Michael. I think it was right around that time. And I think she was telling me a story about you being in the room with her because her boss at the time was saying to like take stuff out or something that was like,
he didn't know what it was.
Exactly. And it was very Michael.
Yeah.
And so I listened to that, and she was telling me stories about that day and putting that stuff together, because Angie's of course huge into Michael too. So man, to be a little bit older to have been able to experience that era.
Yeah. That was a crazy day. I was in LA that day. So I was in LA. The city stopped, everybody just.
I think Angie drove to Neverland. Ask her. Well, you don't work down the hall from her anymore, but yeah, I think she went to Neverland that day. I think she just got on the road and started drying.
Crazy time.
All right, y'all. This was fun. This was a fun Friday.
It was a fun Friday.
And we knew it had to be, because Kenny and I were going to be before the show. Kenny, Jesse, and I were meeting before the show. Like, fellas, let's have some fun today, because
last Friday like this for a while, though.
For real.
We got gambling. We got a bunch of stuff going on, man.
It's football. It's our first official football Friday next week.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. You're being
Friday.
You're being summoned, bro. You might want to peep the screen. You got
it's food time. I gotta eat.
Not according to the boss.
And it is 4:10 right now.
Is it peak time?
It is peak time. Energy Upgrade California tells you wait till after 9 to use a whole lot of energy. From 4 to 9, conserve as much energy as you possibly can. It's 4 right now. Nothing I can do about that. I'm gonna have to wait till after 9 o'clock because I love California and I want to keep it golden.
Y'all want to meet the little one really quick?
Yeah.
I'll be right back.
Yeah, the debut of I forgot the baby's name. I feel like it's Arthur.
And as I open up the season here, one of my top 3 bets was Carolina -5 over Virginia Tech. It's 14-0 Virginia Tech in the second quarter right now.
KC needs that 4x4.
I think I'm gonna just make a sandwich. I eat a lot of peanut butter and jelly sandwiches after the show.
What time do you eat dinner? Are you good? Do you guys eat dinner late?
Yeah, it just kind of depends.
Oh, look at that.
Looks
just like you.
What's up, man?
Hey, what up, baby?
What? You said what's up, man?
How you doing, buddy? What's up, man?
Hi.
How you doing?
Hi.
Look, Matt George, he just got a little baby boy. Look, you see it?
Yeah.
Hey, buddy.
Sir George.
Hi.
Oh, Sonic shirt. My guy.
And babies are tiny. Goodness gracious.
He was born 6 pounds, 10
Man,
ounces.
I gotta be
up here chilling.
Man,
one day, like real quick, Matt, real quick, you're gonna be like this, and you're gonna be like, what the hell happened?
Oh, I
feel like I just brought him home from the hospital.
It was the quickest first week ever, but I go back to work next week and I'm dreading it. I'm scared.
I gotta be honest, man, because I'm never gonna be a dad. That's terrifying. Just you're in charge of a baby so small, like that is frightening, dude.
And it's me.
Oh my God, that's scary.
It's me. Like I'm in charge of this.
That's what I'm talking about. Matt is in charge of that child. No, I'm kidding. No, just the responsibility of being a dad. Oh my God, man, that's so scary.
It is, but Matt probably feels this way too. Once he gets here, what you gonna do? You're here. Figure it out.
It's scary. It was scary until I knew it was happening, because at that point it's almost like, all right, it's go time. Like we're not talking about it anymore. It's go time. Like you got to show up. You got to play. You're in the game now, type thing.
Hey.
So,
it's a good question, Jazz.
Sure.
So we got to show all the girls.
They be looking at Damian crazy at about 4:15. Like,
I got
on the radio.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I can hear them I can hear them run up now because the floor is a little bit different than it used to be. Can you guys come say hi? Can you come over here? Try not to. Can up. Say hi. Okay. All right. Thank you, baby. Okay.
Aw.
I knew you were gonna do that.
Somebody had that still shot of
Come here.
I think it was Sprout was looking at you
There
like,
it is.
bruh.
There it is. Okay. All right. We had to show the babies. Everybody's showing their babies, and you're my babies. You're what I got. You're my babies. You're my best friends. Okay, Daddy will be right down. I wish y'all could see the look that they're giving me right now.
Somebody had that screenshot of when I think it was Sprout was looking at you like
standing behind me. Yeah, it was 4:15. She's like, bruh, they can't stand behind me anymore. She's like, bruh.
Hey, I meant to say it on the air too, and I forgot. That McQueen was really good.
Wasn't it?
It was really good. Like
No.
it was the first drink my wife had after once the pregnancy was over and she could finally have a drink. She tried it. She liked it too, but it was really good.
Man, I might have some McQueen tonight.
Yeah, I'm definitely pouring one. Apparently, I got to warm up on my pool table because someone's coming to take my money. So
yeah, some bullets coming.
Yeah, I gotta get working on that. But yeah, I'm gonna have me a little drink too for sure. I'm glad you liked it though. Like we were never gin drinkers, and they were like, hey, can you we got this we got this company that wants to get on board. And I was like, can we we got to try it. And it was like, oh, okay.
I still haven't had the blue. I can't find it. Like I haven't found it, but I have now had the gin, the McQueen Violet Fog gin, and I have had the rosé. So
okay.
those are the two that I've had so far.
I'll save you a blue.
Okay.
I'll save you a blue. Yeah, we'll take care of you. When Black Bottles 916 reemerges, we'll get a re-up and get y'all set up.
Thank y'all so much for having me again, man. Anytime you guys need me, I'm here. So
yeah, we'll work out something for the season, man. So we could have you on.
We want to get something consistent, man.
Yeah, locked on is important, man.
Can set their clocks too.
I got to get you both back on the pod soon too. So
okay, we'll go take care of the baby.
Come on,
go get some food. Everybody else have a great weekend. We'll see y'all next week.
Holla.